Chapter 1016. 7 Emotions, Precious Seal. Don't you still have a month's time? Furthermore, this is the first time you've entered the cultivation tower to train. The effect of this time's refinement of your meridians will definitely be the best. At that time, your battle strength will definitely increase by several folds. After a month, you might not even be afraid of Lu Xiang. Xiaohe said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he arrived at the praying mat in the private room. The fire and ice energy in the private room was extremely dense, and the praying mat was the area with the densest fire and ice energy in the private room. Walking to the praying mat in the middle of the room, Zhuowen slowly sat on it. Immediately, a terrifying energy, one hot and one cold, endlessly flowed into his body, flowing along his meridians and circulating around. The tempering effect of the fire and ice energy was indeed very good. After merely circulating around Zhuowen's body once, he could clearly feel that his meridians seemed to be a little tougher than before. This fire and ice energy is indeed very mysterious. The tempering effect is actually so good. When he felt that his meridians were tougher than before, Zhuowen's eyes flickered with a bright light, and his face revealed a wisp of excitement. According to this effect, after a month, his meridians would surely be able to become tougher by a few times under the effects of this tempering, and it might even be able to expand greatly to accommodate even more origin energy. Sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, Zhuowen flipped his right hand and took out a jade tablet with mysterious runes engraved on it. This jade tablet was the first jade tablet that the top new student had obtained in the Thousand Beasts Grotto. At that time, when Zhuowen obtained this jade tablet, the demonic runes on his cheeks had a strange reaction. At that time, he had suspected that the runes on the jade tablet were not ordinary. However, after leaving the Thousand Beasts Grotto, the top 10 new students were directly taken away by the dean. After that, many things happened. Therefore, Zhuowen did not have the time to study the runes on the jade tablet. Now that he had entered the cultivation tower, Zhuowen finally had the time to properly study the runes on the jade tablet. Xiaohe, can you tell the origin of this rune? Zhuowen suddenly asked. At this moment, Xiaohe was standing on Zhuowen's shoulder. Her small eyes stared at the jade tablet in Zhuowen's hand with a serious look. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohe said solemnly, "The talisman markings on this jade token are very strange. There's actually a trace of a saint's aura within it. Could it be a saint inscription?" "Saint inscription? What's that?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The so-called saint runes are actually the power and laws of the saints. It's a terrifying power that conforms with the laws of heaven and earth. Let me put it this way. Every attack of a saint can leave behind such powerful and strange saint runes in the world. In a sense, the saint runes should represent the saint's attack, Xiaohe said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of shock. The saint rune represents the attack of a saint? You mean to say that the talisman markings on this jade token were left behind by a saint? To Zhuowen, a saint was a legendary figure. It was said that such an existence could cover the sky with one hand and cause the sun and moon to fall. It could be said that once a saint appeared, heaven and earth would change color. They were existences that could only be looked at but not touched. The only saints that Zhuowen had come into contact with were Emperor Fenglei, Taoist Canglong, and the Fighting Buddha Demon Sage. However, the 3 of them were basically people from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, Zhuowen had only come into contact with the things left behind by the 3 saints. He had never seen the saints themselves. In Zhuowen's eyes, a saint was still a distant and powerful existence. Zhuowen had always been in awe of such existences. Maybe not, Xiaohe said lightly. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Xiaohe's words were too ambiguous. What did she mean by maybe, maybe not? Seeing Zhuowen's expression, Xiaohe explained, the talisman markings on this jade token indeed have a trace of the Saint Rune's aura. However, the energy contained within is too weak. It's so weak that it doesn't seem like a Saint Rune at all. You should know that the Saint Rune represents the power and laws of a saint. Although it can't be compared to a real saint, it's not something that an ordinary emperor can compare to. However, the aura in this jade token is too weak. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. The power of the so-called Saint Rune in this jade token was indeed very weak. He did not know why this was so. Could it be that this was not a Saint Rune at all? Kid, didn't you say that the Saint Rune in this jade token caused the demonic rune on your cheek to move? Try to inject the power of the demonic rune into this jade token. Perhaps something different will appear, Xiaohe suddenly said. Zhuowen helplessly spread out his hands and said, I can't control the power of the demonic rune at all. How can I inject its power into the Saint Rune? Use your demonic eye. Your demonic eye should be able to slightly control a trace of the demonic rune's power. This dragon lord can sense that the power of the demonic rune is definitely related to the runes on this jade token. Xiaohe instigated. Zhuowen had a feeling that Xiaohe was up to no good, but he could not find any loopholes. In the end, he chose to believe Xiaohe. Let's give it a try. As he spoke, Zhuowen tapped his forehead. Immediately, the Buddha demon eye was summoned. The Buddha demon eye switched to the demon eye, and a trace of demonic intent gushed out. Immediately, the demonic rune on Zhuowen's cheek appeared, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out from the demonic rune. Swoosh! Under Zhuowen's control, the demonic aura gushed out and surged into the jade token in Zhuowen's palm. Subsequently, the sparkling and translucent jade token was immediately corroded by the pitch-black demonic aura, making it look extremely eerie and terrifying. Nothing seems to have happened. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in confusion, Something's wrong. There's a change. Look, the runes on the jade token are beginning to move strangely. Xiaohe suddenly said. Zhuowen immediately cast his gaze over and saw that the jade tablet had begun to tremble. In the beginning, it was only a slight tremble. Subsequently, the trembling became more and more intense. It was as though the entire jade tablet was about to collapse under this trembling. A blazing jade glow shot out from the jade token into the sky and swept towards the ceiling of the room. Subsequently, Zhuowen was stunned to discover that the jade glow was like countless tadpoles that continuously swam in the air, as if they were drawing some kind of strange picture. What is this thing? The picture that was being drawn in the air became clearer and clearer. A supreme and sacred aura flowed out from the picture, causing Zhuowen and Xiaohe's eyes to narrow slightly. When the picture was completely drawn, it actually shattered into countless jade glow. Subsequently, these jade glow burst out and instantly swept into the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he held his forehead with his right hand. The speed of the jade glow was too fast. Before Zhuowen could even react, it had actually entered the space between his eyebrows. However, the pain on his forehead did not last for long and quickly dissipated. Subsequently, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, a bright light flickering in his pupils. Kid, what happened just now? After the jade glow drew the picture in the air, why did it suddenly drill into the space between your eyebrows? Is there some kind of danger? Xiaohe asked somewhat worriedly. Zhuowen shook his head and said somewhat excitedly, Xiaohe, there's actually a kind of cultivation technique hidden in the lines of the jade token. Moreover, it's an extremely powerful cultivation technique. There's a cultivation technique hidden inside. Xiaohe was taken aback. Soon after, she revealed a look of understanding and said, "No wonder the energy contained in the saint runes is so weak. It turns out that it's not an offensive saint rune. Instead, it relies on the power of the saint runes to inscribe a secret cultivation technique. However, since it's a cultivation technique inscribed with saint runes, wouldn't it be a saint cultivation technique? It's extremely precious. Why would it be placed in the jade token of the top new disciple? Has the outer court dean lost his mind?" Xiaohe knew better than anyone how precious a saint cultivation technique was. Even a 9th-level emperor would go crazy for it. Why would the outer court dean take it out as a reward for the top new disciple? In Xiaohe's eyes, the dean's actions were undoubtedly the result of a mental breakdown. Apart from this explanation, Xiaohe really could not think of any other explanation for the dean's actions. "I haven't finished speaking yet. This cultivation technique is incomplete. This cultivation technique has a total of 7 levels. However, there's only the first level in the jade token. The other 6 levels are not there at all." Zhuowen spread out his hands and said helplessly, Only the first level?" Xiaohe was taken aback. Soon after, she calmed down. It seemed that the cultivation technique recorded in the jade token was severely incomplete. Only the first level was recorded. Even if it was a saint cultivation technique, it was probably much worse than a complete emperor cultivation technique. No wonder the dean was willing to take out a saint cultivation technique as a reward for the top new disciple. It was actually a defective cultivation technique. "What's the name of your cultivation technique?" Xiaohe suddenly asked. "7 Emotions Treasured Seal." Zhuowen said indifferently, judging from the name. "It seems to have something to do with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. What's the specific use of it?" Xiaohe asked doubtfully. "The so-called 7 emotions are joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, disgust, and lust. Among them, they are the most basic emotions and desires of the human body. The 7 Emotions Treasured Seal is a powerful cultivation technique created with these emotions as its essence. Among them, joy, anger, and love, the 3 treasured seals can greatly increase one's strength. It can increase one's strength by several times or even dozens of times. As for sorrow, fear, disgust, and lust, they are similar to the power of curses. They can greatly weaken the opponent's strength. A warrior who possesses the 7 Emotions Treasured Seal can easily defeat his opponent by strengthening himself and weakening his opponent. It is a very powerful auxiliary cultivation technique. Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes had a hint of excitement. Although the 7 Emotions Treasured Seal did not have a strong power, it was very useful in a battle. With the 7 Emotions Treasured Seal, even if Zhuowen's strength was weaker than his opponent, he could still defeat the opponent with the 7 Emotions Enhancement and Curses. What a strange cultivation technique. What kind of emotion cultivation technique did you obtain? Xiaohe's eyes revealed a hint of interest. Suddenly she asked Zhuowen. Chapter 10:17. Mystic Soul Ice Butterfly. The 7 Emotions Treasured Seal was truly amazing. 3 of the emotions could increase one's combat strength, while the other 4 could greatly reduce the strength of the enemy. It could be said that this was an extremely powerful cultivation technique. If used well, Zhuowen's strength would increase to a terrifying extent. However, what made Zhuowen disappointed was that this cultivation technique was actually incomplete. There was only the Fury Treasured Seal inscribed on the jade tablet. If there were a few more seals, perhaps Zhuowen's combat strength would increase by a lot. In this 1 month, I'll cultivate the Fury Treasured Seal and use the ice and fire energy to temper my meridians. His eyes flickered as Zhuowen sat quietly, on the praying mat. His palms were clasped together as all the acupoints on his body were activated. He began to guide the ice and fire energy in the surroundings into his body, silently tempering his meridians. After all, Zhuowen was on the 10th floor of the cultivation pagoda. The ice and fire energy here was definitely 10 times denser than on the first floor. Naturally, the effect would be much better. While Zhuowen began his closed-door cultivation in the private room, Lu Xiang sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room outside the stone door. There was not a single person within a few dozen feet of Lu Xiang. Everyone else kept their distance and stared at the thorny rose with fear. The conflict between Lu Xiang and Zhuowen instantly spread throughout the cultivation pagoda. The cultivators on the other floors all headed towards the 10th floor. Many of them wanted to see Lu Xiang's appearance. Not only was Lu Xiang one of the upper echelons of the Emperor Pavilion, she had a powerful cultivation base and powerful combat strength. Her appearance was also outstanding. Many people came here for Lu Xiang. Of course, there were also many people who came here. They mainly wanted to see the true appearance of the number 1 new student, Zhuowen, who caused a huge commotion the moment he entered the outer hall. One must know that the matter of this brat robbing He Tao, Du Tao, and the others had already spread throughout the outer hall. And this time, one of the upper echelons of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Xiang, actually came to deal with this Zhuowen. In an instant, Zhuowen was pushed to the heart of the storm. Many people began to look forward to the scene when Zhuowen walked out of the private room 1 month later. A mere freshman can cause such a commotion the moment he enters. This Zhuowen must be the first, right? That might not be the case. Back then, when that peerless monster Mu Qinxue entered, the commotion he caused was no less than this Zhuowen. Sai, not only is Mu Qinxue reputed as the number 1 beauty in the outer court, her natural talent and strength are terrifying to the extreme. Unfortunately, she broke through to the Emperor realm 3 months ago and entered the inner court of the 9th Netherworld realm. What a pity! The crowd that had reached the 10th floor began to whisper among themselves. All of them were deeply moved by the commotion that Zhuowen had caused. However, there were also quite a few people who disagreed with this view. Many people still remembered that when Mu Qinxue entered the outer court, the commotion she caused was no less than that of Zhuowen. After all, Mu Qinxue was reputed as the number 1 beauty in the outer court. Not only was she talented, but she was also devastatingly beautiful. It was unknown how many youths were mesmerized by her. However, it was a pity that Mu Qinxue had successfully broken through to the Emperor realm 3 months ago and entered the inner court of the 9th Netherworld realm to cultivate. One must know that Mu Qinxue had only entered the outer court for slightly more than a year. To be able to break through to the Emperor realm and enter the inner court in such a short period of time was considered a first in the outer court. And now, Zhuowen had also caused such a huge commotion. Many people also began to compare Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue. Of course, if everyone knew about the relationship between Mu Qinxue and Zhuowen, it would probably cause an even greater commotion. Although the commotion that Zhuowen had caused was indeed great, there was pity in the eyes of the crowd gathered on the 10th level. Now, Lu Xiang had stepped out. One must know that Lu Xiang was not only one of the higher-ups in the Emperor Pavilion, but also one of the more famous geniuses in the outer court, an existence that ordinary seniors did not dare to provoke. And Zhuowen did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to provoke Lu Xiang. It was likely that he would suffer a great deal. Although Lu Xiangmei was beautiful, and she had many admirers in the outer courtyard, none of them dared to approach her. The main reason was that she had a cold and arrogant personality, and her standards were extremely high. Others privately called her a rose with thorns, but when they looked at her from afar, they couldn't approach her. One was a rose with thorns, while the other was the #1 new student. The clash between the two naturally caused quite a number of people to be filled with anticipation. Most people also understood in their hearts that Zhuowen's strength was indeed quite good. However, he would still suffer greatly at Lu Xiang's hands. Zhuowen was naturally unaware of what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was using the ice and fire energy to continuously refine the meridians in his body. At the same time, he did not forget to cultivate the Fury Treasure Seal of the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. Time was like fine sand between one's fingers as it gradually flowed. Very quickly, a month had passed. Within the private room, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, followed by a muffled thunder-like sound. "I've broken through." As Zhuowen softly muttered, the corners of his mouth revealed a carefree smile. At this moment, the aura on his body was much more powerful than before. His cultivation had also broken through from the late sovereign stage to the peak sovereign stage. He was only a step away from the golden sovereign stage. Creak. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen suddenly swung his arms. Immediately, a crisp, creaking sound was heard. A powerful force was violently flung out from his arms, transforming into a ring-shaped air wave that shot forward. The air vibrated, as if space was collapsing. What a powerful force! Might the meridians have actually become several times stronger than before after a month of refinement? Zhuowen was a little surprised at the powerful strength that he had displayed as he clenched his hands. If Zhuowen's meridians were like a trickling stream before, then after being tempered, Zhuowen's meridians were like a vast ocean. The yuan power that surged within his meridians was like a surging river, surging far beyond his meridians. The ice and fire energy in the cultivation pagoda does have a miraculous effect on the refinement of meridians. However, this is the first time the refinement of your meridians will have the best effect. The effects will get worse in the future. Xiaohe lightly said. Zhuowen nodded. Back then, the Chongsam woman had also said that the first month in the cultivation pagoda was the most important period for a cultivator to build their foundation. Of course, the effects were also the most obvious. From Zhuowen's expression, it could be seen that the effects of this refinement were indeed very strong. It's time to go out. Zhuowen's gaze converged on the stone door in front of him. His gaze was piercingly cold. He knew that Lu Xiang and the others were still waiting for him outside the stone door. Just as Zhuowen was about to leave the stone door, the sacred ice rune in Zhuowen's left hand suddenly lit up, causing Zhuowen to be surprised. Whoosh! A ray of light suddenly swept out from his left hand. Then, the ice scepter appeared in front of him. A terrifying chill spread out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. The 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva. Zhuowen stared at the ice scepter. Naturally, the first thing he thought of was the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva. When Zhuowen was at the entrance of the magma world, the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva had a great reaction to the ice scepter. Then, the 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite larva had attached itself to the ice scepter at that time. Xiaohe had said that the larva had reached the critical moment of breaking out of its cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. Xiaohe. Zhuowen turned to look at Xiaohe and asked, "Kid, this 10,000-year dark soul ice parasite is about to break out of its cocoon and transform into a butterfly. Quickly use the ice energy in your sacred ice rune to help it." Xiaohe suddenly said excitedly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Suddenly, a powerful chill swept out from the sacred ice rune and poured into the ice scepter. As for the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva, it didn't reject it either. It actually sucked in all of Jua Wen's cold energy. Then the larva began to squirm and struggle in the ice crystal. It even let out ear-piercing screeches. "It's about to begin," Xiaohe said solemnly. As soon as he said that, the ice snow scepter actually started to melt. The powerful cold qi contained within was actually all absorbed by the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva. The ice crystal that the larva was in became even more sparkling and translucent, and the cold qi was oppressive. Crack! The sound of shattering rang out continuously. Then, the surface of the ice crystal began to crack. Finally, the ice crystal shattered into countless fine powder. A 7-colored light surged out from the ice crystal. Then, an extremely terrifying aura burst out. "Ya!" A sharp screeching sound burst out from the 7-colored light, causing Zhuowen to squint. Then, a figure covered in the 7-colored light slowly swept out. The figure gradually grew bigger, and a pair of 7-colored wings grew out. The 7-colored light also became extremely dense. In an instant, the entire box was filled with the terrifying 7-colored light. When the 7-colored light gradually faded, a huge 7-colored butterfly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The 7-colored butterfly had a pair of colorful eyes. It stared at Zhuowen with a trace of curiosity and dependence in its eyes. Zhuowen could clearly feel the dependence in the 7-colored butterfly's eyes. Obviously, this could not be separated from the fact that he had dripped his blood on it. "Ya!" The dark soul ice butterfly screeched again. Then it spread its 7-colored wings, and its speed soared to the extreme. It arrived in front of Zhuowen. Its colorful eyes stared at Zhuowen, and it screeched again. There was a trace of timidity and also a trace of joy. So fast, Zhuowen was stunned. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the soft fur on the dark soul ice butterfly's neck. The dark soul ice butterfly did not resist. Instead, it rubbed against Zhuowen's palm intimately and let out a comfortable cry. It was soft and very obedient and cute, as expected of a meta beast with the potential to become a demon emperor. It was born with the cultivation of the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. Zhuowen looked at the dark soul ice parasite in front of him in amazement and softly muttered. Chapter 1018. Lu Xiang, Xiaohe, how do I increase the strength of the mystic soul ice butterfly? Zhuowen thought of a crucial problem and asked Xiaohe. The dark soul ice butterfly has a cold nature and is a meta beast of extreme yin and extreme cold. If you want to increase the dark soul ice butterfly's strength, you will need to find some powerful cold qi as nourishment for the dark soul ice butterfly. This way, the dark soul ice butterfly's strength will increase rapidly. Of course, even without the nourishment of cold qi, the mystic soul ice butterfly's strength will still increase. However, the speed will be very slow, probably in years, Xiaohe said indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard that. It looked like he needed to find some powerful cold qi if he wanted to increase the mystic soul ice butterfly's strength. However, the mystic soul ice butterfly had only just broken out of its cocoon, so its strength should not have stabilized yet. As a result, Zhuowen did not plan on immediately finding cold qi to feed the mystic soul ice butterfly. I'll let the little guy enter the space of the Saint Rune of ice first. With a flicker of light in his eyes, Zhuowen directed the mystic soul ice butterfly to enter the Saint Rune of ice. However, the little guy was clearly very reliant on Zhuowen. It intimately rubbed against the corner of Zhuowen's clothes, as its eyes were filled with reluctance. However, under Zhuowen's strict request, the mystic soul ice butterfly could only reluctantly enter the Saint Rune of ice. Nurture this little guy well. It's still young right now, so its strength might not be of use to you yet. However, if you can raise its strength to the level of a demon emperor, then it'll be incredible. At that time, it'll be of great help to you, Xiao He instructed. Zhuowen nodded in understanding. Xiao He was right. The mystic soul ice butterfly's potential was very great. He had to make good use of this origin beast. In the short term, the mystic soul ice butterfly might not be of much help to him, but in the long term, it would be of great use. After putting away the mystic soul ice butterfly, Zhuowen looked at the stone door. He seemed to see Lu Xiang's beautiful figure sitting cross-legged outside the door. This time, Zhuowen was filled with confidence. His meridians had expanded several times in the past month, so his battle strength had naturally increased by several times as well. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated a cultivation method like the Fury Treasure Seal that could increase his battle strength, it would be very difficult for Lu Xiang, who had put him into a sorry state last time. At this moment, the living room on the 10th floor was filled with many figures. Most of these figures were the students that had come from the other floors over the past month. After all, the matter of Lu Xiang waiting in the 10th floor's guest room with the intention of fiercely teaching Zhuowen a lesson had long since spread like wildfire in the cultivation tower. Now that a month had passed, Zhuowen ought to come out. Therefore, everyone came to watch the show. They all wanted to see how Lu Xiang would teach that brat Zhuowen a lesson. Lu Xiang, who was sitting cross-legged in the living room, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. There was a sharp brilliance in her eyes that was like the light of a sword in the cold night. It couldn't be looked at directly. A month has passed. Zhuowen should come out now. Du Tao stood not far behind Lu Xiang. His cold gaze was firmly fixed on the 37th private room. Everyone in the living room also very tacitly quieted down. Their gazes were also fixed on the 37th private room. They were also looking forward to the moment when Zhuowen would come out. Creak! The soft sound of a door opening slowly resounded. Soon after, the stone door of the 37th private room slowly opened. A tall and straight figure finally appeared before everyone's eyes, completely attracting everyone's attention. After being a coward for a month, you are finally willing to come out. Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at Zhuowen. Her voice was filled with a biting cold chill. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth slightly curled. His clear eyes stared at Lu Xiang in front of him as he faintly smiled and said, "After making Miss Lu Xiang wait outside for a month, it seems that I, Zhuowen, am quite charming. Actually, why is Miss Lu Xiang so persistent? Although I admit that my charm is indeed high, it is not to the extent that you would suffer outside for a month because of me, right?" When these words were spoken, the entire living room became silent. Everyone had many guesses about Zhuowen's reaction after he came out. It could be fear, it could be begging for mercy, it could be shock, and so on. However, Zhuowen's reaction and words greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he not show any fear or negative emotions, he was instead extremely calm. He even said such words that were somewhat flirtatious. Lu Xiang was also startled. After she reacted, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with a dark chill as a terrifying aura burst out from her body. Lu Xiang could be said to be a classic example of both beauty and talent in the outer academy. She had countless suitors. Therefore, she thought highly of herself and was extremely arrogant. No one had ever dared to tease her in public. However, at this moment, this young man with clear eyes in front of her was actually able to say such teasing words in such a calm manner. Lu Xiang felt that she had never been humiliated before. "You think too highly of yourself. If you were not like a coward who hid behind the stone door for a month, I would not have waited for a month because of a clown like you. Lu Xiang coldly said. However, a clown like me just had to make Miss Lu Xiang wait for a month, right? This kind of treatment should not be given to other men, right? Then I am very honored to take Miss Lu Xiang's first time. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with ridicule as he spoke. Wow! As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar among the people in the living room. Zhuowen was too bold. He actually said such teasing words again and again. Wasn't he trying to anger Lu Xiang to death? Of course, there were also many students who looked at Zhuowen with extremely unfriendly gazes. These people were naturally Lu Xiang's admirers. Since Zhuowen dared to say such teasing words in front of them, they were naturally unhappy. You brat who speaks without thinking. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. A gloomy voice suddenly echoed. Before Lu Xiang could make a move, a black-robed man swept out from the crowd and pounced towards Zhuowen. Both of his hands were in the shape of claws, and terrifying black essence force poured out like two sharp blades. This person's aura was slightly stronger than the three Lingsu brothers. Although he was also at the peak of the golden venerable realm, his combat power was probably not much weaker than Du Tao. You have to pay the price for speaking without thinking. The black-robed man instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. The two sharp black blades formed by the black yuan power suddenly clasped together and strangled towards Zhuowen's neck. This person actually intended to kill him. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. The yuan power in his body was raised to the extreme. Then he suddenly threw a punch. Suddenly, a terrifying yuan power surged out and formed a terrifying wind. This punch was very terrifying, and it seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Then, the black-robed man felt an extremely terrifying destructive force on his hands. Then, a piercing pain entered his mind, and the black-robed man was directly sent flying. Boom! The black-robed man landed heavily on the ground, and there was a rather frightening sound of vibration. Then there was a frightening scream. The black-robed man's hands drooped down powerlessly, and he screamed hysterically. His hands were actually crippled just like that. Du Tao's pupils shrank as he stared at the miserable black-robed man. He knew this black-robed man. He was one of Lu Xiang's suitors, and his strength was not inferior to his. But now, this black-robed man was actually defeated by Zhuowen in a single move. Even his hands were crippled. When did Zhuowen's strength become so terrifying? This bastard's strength has increased so much? Could it be the effect of the ice and fire energy in the cultivation tower? Du Tao stared at Zhuowen's figure with fear and muttered. Lu Xiang frowned slightly. She did not expect that Zhuowen's strength would become so strong now. His strength was somewhat beyond her expectations. The black-robed man, whose strength was comparable to Du Tao's, actually had his hands crippled in a single move. Although she was surprised by Zhuowen's current strength, Lu Xiang did not have any fear. In her opinion, even if Zhuowen's strength had increased by a lot after being tempered by the ice and fire energy, there was still a gap between them. Therefore, she did not take the combat strength that Zhuowen had just displayed to heart. It seems that you have gained quite a lot in this 1 month. No wonder you were so cocky the moment you came out. However, you can't be thinking that after training in the cultivation tower for a month, you will be my opponent, right? Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she said, "It's not that I think, it's definitely," Zhuowen said straightforwardly. These words caused the other people in the living room to reveal a strange expression. This Zhuowen seemed to be a little too confident. He even dared to say such arrogant words. Good. Since you are so confident, I will let you know how pathetic your confidence is. Lu Xiang laughed. Her jade-like feet tapped on the ground. Instantly, energy swirled around her hands, gathering into balls of spiraling energy that continuously revolved around her hands. Subsequently, she pushed both of her palms out. With a powerful might that could shatter mountains, she pressed them towards Zhuowen below. Zhuowen quietly stood at the same spot. A trace of graveness surfaced in his eyes. Although his meridians had been tempered by the ice and fire energy of the cultivation tower, and his combat strength had increased by several times, Lu Xiang's combat strength was also not weak. Therefore, Zhuowen had no choice but to treat her with caution. However, just as Zhuowen was about to make his move, he keenly discovered that an extremely terrifying force had swept over from the side and blocked in front of him. A gale whistled. This inexplicable force had turned into a wind wall in front of Zhuowen. At this moment, Lu Xiang had also arrived in front of the wind wall. Both of her hands suddenly smashed against the wind wall. A terrifying spiraling force swept out, forming two terrifying hurricanes. Deng, deng, deng. However, the might of the howling wind wall was too terrifying. Lu Xiang's pretty face changed slightly. Her feet stepped on the air, and she actually retreated dozens of steps. Her beautiful eyes were solemn as she stared at the wind wall that had appeared out of nowhere. "Who is it?" Lu Xiang tenderly shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked around the living room. This wind wall was not Zhuowen's technique. In fact, Zhuowen had not even used his technique. Therefore, this wind wall could only be created by someone else to block in front of Zhuowen. "Miss Lu Xiang, can you give me some face and let little brother Zhuowen go?" Chapter 1019. Challenged the moment the calm voice rang out. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone's gazes converged on the stone door of the 36th private room, which was right next to the 37th private room, slowly opened, and a scholarly man walked out. Zhuowen also cast his gaze over. When he saw the scholarly man, Zhuowen was slightly startled. Soon after, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Senior Cheng Dong?" This person was Cheng Dong, who was in charge of Zhuowen's batch of tests. Speaking of which, the bet between Cheng Dong and Qi Ji was all thanks to Zhuowen's efforts to turn the tide. It could be said that he had helped Cheng Dong quite a bit. Although Zhuowen wasn't aware of this, Cheng Dong was still grateful to Zhuowen from the bottom of his heart. It was an unexpected surprise for him to gain 100,000 contribution points for no reason. "Junior Zhuowen, as expected, you still remember me as your senior." Cheng Dong came to Zhuowen's side with a smile. As if they were old friends, he patted Zhuowen's shoulder. "How could I not remember you? During the test, Senior really helped me a lot." Zhuowen nodded his head, his tone filled with gratitude. Cheng Dong nodded his head. Zhuowen's character of knowing how to repay kindness caused him to have a good impression of him. He blinked his eyes and said, "Actually, the one who should be thanking you is me. If you didn't become the newcomer king, I might have lost a 9-cycle treasure recovery pill." Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, Cheng Dong transmitted a message to him, briefly explaining the bet between him and Qi Ji. Only then did Zhuowen feel relieved. He also understood why Cheng Dong's attitude towards him was so good. Lu Xiang's beautiful face slightly froze. She stared at Cheng Dong with some fear and said, "Cheng Dong, are you planning to interfere in this matter? Are you not afraid of a war between the Emperor Pavilion and the Fragrant Ink Pavilion?" Cheng Dong smiled faintly and said, "War? Do you think that the Emperor Pavilion and the Fragrant Ink Pavilion will start a war over such a small matter? I don't think the Emperor Pavilion is that bored." Hearing this, Lu Xiang's beautiful face became extremely ugly. Cheng Dong was much stronger than her. His cultivation was at the intermediate heavenly sovereign realm, and his battle strength was very terrifying. He was a genius on the Heavenly Sovereign ranking list. After all, the Heavenly Sovereign ranking was an extremely valuable ranking in the outer court. Those who were able to enter the Heavenly Sovereign ranking were all geniuses amongst geniuses in the outer court, and Chengdong was naturally one of them. Although he was ranked towards the bottom of the Heavenly Sovereign ranking, he was still far stronger and more terrifying than the other geniuses. Although Lu Xiang's cultivation was not bad, and her battle prowess was similarly terrifying, there was still a certain gap between her and the geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. This was the main reason why she was so wary of Chengdong. Lu, why are you protecting Zhuowen? I remember that he's just a new student. He's not from the Fragrant Ink Pavilion, right? Lu Xiang said somewhat unwillingly. Must I be from the Fragrant Ink Pavilion? Chengdong's voice became somewhat cold as he said indifferently. Lu Xiang's face froze. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "You're lucky today. Don't let us meet you next time. Otherwise, your end will not be good." After saying this, Lu Xiang led Du Tao and the rest towards the stairs, intending to leave the cultivation tower. "Wait, are you planning to escape just like that?" Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, causing Lu Xiang's delicate body to tremble. Soon after, she slowly turned her head, and her cold eyes focused on the figure behind Chengdong. Everyone in the hall was also stunned. Their gazes similarly landed on the figure behind Chengdong. The owner of the voice was none other than the main character that Lu Xiang was looking for, Zhuowen. Even Chengdong's face stiffened. He turned his head to stare at Zhuowen and said, "Junior Zhuowen, are you planning to challenge Lu Xiang?" Seeing Chengdong's astonished gaze, Zhuowen nodded his head and earnestly said, "Senior Chengdong, let me test Lu Xiang. Perhaps by luck, I might accidentally defeat her." Once those words were spoken, not only did Chengdong shake his head and smile bitterly, even many people in the surroundings had cold smiles on their faces. This Zhuowen was truly arrogant. It was obvious that Chengdong was supporting him and was planning to help him drive Lu Xiang and the others away. Yet this brat was actually arrogant and conceited to the point of wanting to personally challenge Lu Xiang. Wasn't this just courting death? Defeated by luck? Zhuowen, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Lu Xiang frowned. Zhuowen's words had angered her, causing her voice to become extremely cold. "I said by luck. I didn't say for sure." Zhuowen calmly said, "Even luck is not possible. If you were to fight me, you would only lose miserably. If it wasn't for Chengdong backing you up, I'm afraid that you would have already been defeated by me." Lu Xiang slowly turned around, looked down at Zhuowen, and arrogantly said, "You don't need to provoke me, because I already planned to challenge you. Right now, I, Zhuowen, am here to challenge you, Lu Xiang. You accept?" Zhuowen slowly walked out from behind Chengdong and calmly stared at Lu Xiang. This brat, Chengdong, helplessly shook his head, but he didn't stop him. He also knew a little about Zhuowen's recent affairs. He was the #1 new student. He snatched the position of senior student. And there was also the disturbance on the 10th floor of the cultivation pagoda. It could be said that Zhuowen had only been in the outer courtyard for a month, and the disturbance he had caused could be said to be endless, layer upon layer, and he had become a celebrity in the outer courtyard. Chengdong knew that Zhuowen's process of entering the outer courtyard was too smooth, so he might be a little arrogant in his heart. Now that he had challenged Lu Xiang, it would be good for him to suffer a little. It would be beneficial for Zhuowen's future development. The living room was silent, especially after Zhuowen spoke those words. Everyone in the living room was silent, and they looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. Could it be that this brat's self-confidence was too high? At the beginning, Chung Dong supported him, and it was fine to just let it go. This brat actually didn't know when to back down, and wanted to challenge Lu Xiang. If this wasn't looking for a beating, then what was? On the other hand, Lu Xiang's face was filled with joy. She also didn't expect that Zhuowen would be so arrogant as to open his mouth and challenge her. What? You don't dare to accept? Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out again, waking Lu Xiang up. Lu Xiang also coldly said, Accept? Why wouldn't I accept? Since someone voluntarily came to me to be beaten, I naturally won't be polite and accept. But this place is too small. Let's go to the square outside the cultivation pagoda. Lu Xiang said again, and provocatively glanced at Zhuowen and walked down the cultivation pagoda. Zhuowen nodded and also followed Lu Xiang down the stairs. As for Chung Dong, his eyes were filled with interest, and he slowly followed behind Zhuowen. Although Chung Dong also believed that Zhuowen wasn't likely to be a match for Lu Xiang, the confident expression on Zhuowen's face couldn't escape his eyes. He was very curious as to where Zhuowen's confidence came from when he was facing the outer court genius Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang wasn't like Yin Zhongyang or Pom Pom among the new students. Her battle strength was much stronger than the other two, and this was something that Zhuowen should know. Why was he still able to reveal such a confident expression on his face? Perhaps this brat has some kind of powerful trump card, and that's why he's so confident. However, after exchanging blows with Lu Xiang, he will know that the outer court geniuses are far stronger than he imagined. At that time, he will restrain himself a little. After muttering to himself, he also followed down the stairs. At the same time, the students on the 10th floor also walked down the stairs and walked towards the square in front of the cultivation pagoda. News of the duel between Zhuowen and Lu Xiang quickly spread throughout the entire cultivation pagoda. Many students rushed out of the cultivation pagoda upon hearing the news and came to the open space in the square. The names of Zhuowen and Lu Xiang had spread throughout the cultivation pagoda in the past month, and everyone was filled with curiosity towards the two of them. Now that they heard that the two of them were actually going to duel, everyone naturally didn't want to miss it. At this moment, in the middle of the open space in the square, Zhuowen and Lu Xiang were facing each other from afar. There were many people surrounding the square, and noise filled the entire square. Chung Dong stood not far behind Zhuowen, and his eyebrows slightly raised as he looked at the two people in the square. Although he believed that Zhuowen wasn't likely to be a match for Lu Xiang, his intuition told him that Zhuowen might have an unexpected performance. It's big brother Zhuowen. In the surrounding crowd, Jianan, Gatha, Xianxing, and Mo Lingtian were among them. The four of them had also come out after training in the cultivation pagoda for a month, and then heard the news about the duel between Zhuowen and Lu Xiang. Therefore, the four of them followed the flow of people to this place, and just happened to see Zhuowen and Lu Xiang facing each other from afar. That Lu Xiang isn't simple. How did Zhuowen provoke this girl? Xianxing could feel the terrifying aura from Lu Xiang's body, and couldn't help but say in shock. Mo Lingtian's gaze involuntarily landed on Du Tao, who was behind Lu Xiang, and cautiously said, I'm afraid that this girl was brought here by Du Tao, and should be from the Emperor Pavilion. When Jianan and the other two heard this, their gazes landed on Du Tao, who was behind Lu Xiang, as a look of understanding appeared in their eyes. Previously, Mo Lingtian had also told them that there was a person called Du Tao who had snatched their top 10 spots. From the looks of it, Lu Xiang and Du Tao should have taken the initiative to provoke Zhuowen. That Lu Xiang is very strong, and her cultivation seems to have reached the initial heavenly sovereign level. Moreover, she should have been tempered many times in the cultivation pagoda. Her battle strength definitely far surpasses Yuan Zhao's. Brother Zhuo's chances of victory against her are not high. Mo Lingtian said with a frown. When Jianan and the other two heard this, a sliver of worry appeared on their faces. Didn't that mean that Zhuowen was likely to be defeated in this duel? The area here is big enough, and there are enough people here. It's just nice for everyone to see the sorry state you'll be in after being defeated by me. Lu Xiang slowly walked towards Zhuowen as energy gushed out from her hands, forming two circular spirals. Subsequently, she walked faster and faster. Finally, her jade-like foot suddenly tapped the ground, and her entire body turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing above Zhuowen. With a wave of her hands, two powerful hurricanes gushed out. Zhuowen slightly raised his head, and with a stomp of his feet, golden light flickered all over his body, transforming into 4 heads and 8 arms. His entire body was like a dazzling, scorching sun. Break! With a low shout, Zhuowen's 8 arms suddenly hammered down. A terrifying power poured out, and the 2 hurricanes were broken just like that. Looks like you've improved quite a bit in this 1 month. Chapter 10:20. All forms are unstoppable. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the dozen hurricanes sweeping towards him. Golden light erupted from his body to the limit as his body grew to 100 feet tall. His 8 arms, which were as thick as tree trunks, suddenly swung out. 8 terrifying energies poured out, transforming into 8 ring-shaped air waves. Bang, bang, bang. The energy gushed out, forming an invisible energy fluctuation. Immediately, the dozen or so hurricanes that had originally gathered in the surroundings froze. Break! With a loud shout, golden light flashed and disappeared. Subsequently, the dozen or so hurricanes that had gathered in the surroundings crumbled inch by inch, disappearing into nothingness. Zhuowen's meridians had been tempered in the cultivation tower for a month. Regardless of whether it was their toughness or extension, they were several times stronger than before. Naturally, his battle strength had also increased by several times. At this moment, Zhuowen, who had displayed the great sun nirvana and transformed into a 100 feet tall body, was much stronger than before. Lu Xiang's brows tightened into needles. She also did not expect that Zhuowen's strength had actually become so powerful. He was actually able to easily destroy the dozen or so hurricanes that she had condensed with her yuan power. Oh, looks like Junior Zhuowen is not simple. He was actually able to so easily destroy Lu Xiang's attack. No wonder he dared to take the initiative to challenge Lu Xiang. Looking at the scene in the plaza, Cheng Dong's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. However, Lu Xiang's strength is not limited to this. I wonder how Junior Zhuowen will deal with her next. Many onlookers in the plaza also revealed astonished expressions. Clearly, they were also somewhat surprised that Lu Xiang's attack was so easily destroyed. Let me see how you will deal with this move. With a tender shout, Lu Xiang's jade-like feet gently tapped. Immediately, her lithe body swept forward like a graceful butterfly, arriving in front of Zhuowen in an instant. She extended her jade-like hand. Spiral-like yuan power revolved around her body. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, her hand instantly reached Zhuowen's chest. So fast, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly. Lu Xiang's palm seemed ordinary, but its speed was so fast that it shocked Zhuowen. She was clearly several dozen feet away from Zhuowen at the beginning, but now, in the blink of an eye, she was within 10 feet of him. It was as if Lu Xiang's palm had traversed several dozen feet in an instant. This speed was close to teleportation. Sunfire! Lu Xiang's palm was too fast. By the time Zhuowen reacted, the palm was already within reach. Hence, Zhuowen did not have the time to raise his hand to block it. Instead, he summoned the flames of the sun to form a wall of fire in front of him. Bang! When the jade-like palm struck the wall of fire, a strange power surged out, and the wall of fire was blown away. Then, the palm struck Zhuo Wen's chest like a hot knife through butter. Puff! Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His face was slightly pale. Lu Xiang's technique was truly powerful. Even Zhuo Wen was unable to see through the true state of her palm. Jade steel palm? I didn't expect Lu Qing to teach Lu Xiang such a powerful armor technique. Cheng Dong frowned as he looked at Zhuo Wen, who was retreating under Lu Xiang's palm. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself, "Zhuo Wen, under my jade steel palm, you don't stand a chance." Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes were cold. She tapped her foot and arrived in front of Zhuo Wen again. That stunning palm appeared again, but the aura this time was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Jade steel palm, rotation of heaven and earth. Zhuo Wen felt dizzy as he struck out with his palm. Then, to his horror, he discovered that the entire world before his eyes was spinning upside down. Countless jade-colored palm energies swept over from the surroundings of this spinning world, surrounding Zhuo Wen and sealing off all his blind spots. What a strange palm technique. Zhuo Wen's frown deepened as he snorted coldly. Golden light erupted from his body once again, and he transformed into a 3,000-meter-tall figure. His entire body was like a boundless mountain, and one couldn't see the end or the end of it. Break! 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 Zhuo Wen furiously roared as his 8 mountain-like arms swung out once again. Frightening power spread out, causing the countless incoming palm imprints to crumble one after another under this power. At the same time, Zhuo Wen was also freed from the spinning state he was in. After breaking apart the palm imprints, Zhuo Wen's 1,000 feet tall body stood indomitable. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Xiang in an instant. His 8 arms swung out together as a terrifying power that could collapse the world gushed out and mercilessly smashed towards Lu Xiang. Jade steel palm, shattering heaven and earth. Lu Xiang's eyes were calm as she threw out another palm attack. 1,000 feet large jade-colored palm suddenly swept out from the void behind her. A glass-like color flowed on the surface of the palm, making it look extremely strange. This jade-colored palm was not any weaker than Zhuo Wen's 1,000 feet tall body. When the palm came down, it was like a 5-fingered mountain that wanted to suppress Zhuo Wen. Boom! Boom! Zhuo Wen threw out 8 punches and heavily hit the jade-colored palm. Immediately, a deafening sound spread across the entire square. Everyone in the square could clearly feel the square shaking. Moreover, the shaking was getting more and more intense. Following the violent shaking, a terrifying ring-shaped air wave spread out in all directions, causing many of the surrounding warriors to involuntarily retreat. They only managed to stop after they had retreated a few hundred meters. Of course, those who retreated were the weaker warriors. Experts like Cheng Dong stood still like a boulder, silently watching the battle between the 1,000 feet tall body and the 1,000 feet palm explode. The corners of Lu Xiang's mouth curled slightly as she softly spat out this word. Immediately, the jade-colored hand, which was overflowing with light, abruptly swelled. Soon after, it shrank as a frightening energy slowly brewed within the jade-colored hand. Boom! Suddenly, when the jade-colored palm expanded and contracted to a critical point, it suddenly exploded. A terrifying explosive force that shook the heavens and earth surged out from the center of the square. The terrifying sound was like thousands of war drums on the battlefield, exploding together and deafening. Dang! 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 Zhuo Wen's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly summoned the divine sun cauldron. At the same time, he retreated step by step. However, the explosive energy of the jade-colored palm was too fast and too strong. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhuowen. Boom, boom, boom. The divine sun cauldron blocked in front of Zhuowen. The monstrous fire of the sun spread under the void, wanting to block this terrifying energy. Unfortunately, although the divine sun cauldron's defense was very strong, it was still not enough under this terrifying explosive energy. Bang! After blocking for about 10 breaths, the divine sun cauldron buzzed. The surrounding fire of the sun that spread out was completely annihilated by the explosive energy. The glossy surface also became extremely dim. At this moment, it automatically returned to Zhuowen's spirit ring. On the other hand, Zhuowen's expression was ugly. He continued to retreat because the explosive energy in front of him continued to sweep over, wanting to completely annihilate Zhuowen. Fury Seal of the Seven Emotions, Treasured Seal. Finally, Zhuowen used the Fury Seal of the Seven Emotions, Treasured Seal, that he had obtained from the first freshman Jade token. Zhuowen's hands quickly formed a seal. Immediately, Zhuowen's eyes began to surge with anger. Then, this anger became more and more vigorous. In the end, it turned into a solid flame that spread throughout Zhuowen's body and limbs. Zhuowen's hair also turned into a blazing flame, looking like a fire god that had descended to the mortal world. The Fury Seal could mobilize the anger in one's body. From the illusory anger, it could turn into a solid flame, greatly increasing one's strength. Moreover, the degree of increase was not weak. At the same time, Zhuowen mobilized the Buddha demon eye hidden in his sea of consciousness. He used his mind to switch the Buddha demon eye to the Buddha demon eye state. The Buddha demon eye was a powerful treasure that the fighting Buddha demon saint had refined. According to Xiao He, in order to fully unleash the power of the Buddha demon eye, one could only completely excavate it when one became a saint. Although Zhuowen could not mobilize the power of the Buddha demon eye, the Buddha demon eye could greatly increase the power of the Buddha demon technique in his body. For example, when Zhuowen used the Buddha demon eye to switch the Buddha demon eye to the Buddha demon eye, the power of his Vairocana Nirvana would increase by more than 30%. With the support of the Fury Seal and the Buddha demon eye, Zhuowen's strength had increased by more than a few times. Zhuowen's hands formed an orchid shape. Then, he suddenly blasted out a palm. Immediately, the Buddha light soared into the sky. This Buddha light turned into a huge shadow of an ancient Buddha behind Zhuowen. All forms are not forms. All living beings are not eternal. A solemn voice was slowly recited from the ancient Buddha illusory figure's mouth. Immediately, numerous tadpole-like golden characters surged out from the ancient Buddha illusory figure's body and lingered in front of Zhuowen. The Buddha eye between Zhuowen's brows also slowly opened. Break. Zhuowen lightly spat out this word. His 8 hands formed an orchid shape and blasted out one after another. Suddenly, thousands of golden palm prints appeared around him. Each palm print seemed to contain a big world. One flower, one Bodhi, one leaf, one world. This was the truth of Buddhism. If you had the heart, there was no place that was not a world, no place that was not a space. Thousands of palm prints blasted out, but there was no terrifying power. Instead, it was plain and simple. It wrapped around the explosive energy in front of him. Then Lu Xiang was shocked to find that the terrifying explosive energy was gradually disappearing. Or rather, it should be said that it was being absorbed by the world within the thousands of palm prints. In 5 breaths' time, the explosive energy completely disappeared in front of Lu Xiang. Then Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Xiang in an instant. The 1,000-foot-tall Zhuowen looked down at Lu Xiang indifferently. His eyes were filled with calmness. His golden Buddha eye was half squinting. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. A bewitching voice sounded. Zhuowen's right hand blasted out. Golden light burst out. A Buddha's hand surrounded by countless golden characters slowly descended and pinched towards Lu Xiang. At this moment, Lu Xiang was stunned. Her eyes were firmly fixed on by the Buddha. A sense of guilt rose in her heart. She actually felt ashamed of her inferiority. Chapter 10:21. Lu Qing, the Buddha's palm, instantly slammed down. It was like a towering mountain that was about to drown Lu Xiang. When the crowd in the square saw this scene, their hearts thumped. They knew that Lu Xiang was going to lose this time. Moreover, the Buddha's palm was so terrifying. Lu Xiang did not dodge or even resist. She would probably end up in an extremely miserable state. Miss Lu Xiang. Du Tao and the rest were shocked. However, no one dared to step forward. They could also feel the terror of the Buddha's palm that was descending from the sky. It was not something that they could contend against. Although they were worried about Lu Xiang's safety, they did not dare to take their own lives lightly. Boom! The Buddha's palm finally landed. When it completely covered Lu Xiang's body, a figure that was emitting a sharp aura had unknowingly appeared in front of Lu Xiang. The person's eyes were indifferent. He pushed his hands forward, and a violent energy burst out. His black hair stood on end, and the bones in his body crackled like beans. Then, the terrifying Buddha's palm seemed to have stopped time and stopped in midair. Break! A cold voice sounded. Then, the huge Buddha's palm started to squirm. Then, a supreme and terrifying energy burst out. With a rumble, the Buddha's palm exploded into countless golden lights. Deng, deng, deng! Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He retreated dozens of steps in the air. His eyes were solemn as he stared at the figure that was blocking in front of Lu Xiang. This person was very strong. The pressure that he gave off was extremely terrifying. The Buddha's palm that was like a rainbow was instantly shattered into countless pieces under this person's aura. Who are you? Why are you interfering in my battle with Lu Xiang? After stabilizing his body, Zhuowen stared at the figure and said coldly, this person was slightly older than Lu Xiang. He had a sturdy body, black hair, and black eyes. His eyes were like the moon and constantly emitted a bright light that could not be looked at directly, especially the aura that he emitted. It was as if there was a terrifying ancient beast hidden in his body. My name is Lu Qing. Lu Xiang is my sister. You went too far with that attack, just now. If my sister was hit directly, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Do you want to kill her? Lu Qing lifted his head, slightly. His eyes were firmly fixed on Zhuowen's body as a seemingly solid, murderous intent erupted from him. He, Lu Qing, was coincidentally training in the cultivation tower and had just exited when he heard that Lu Xiang was planning to duel with the top-ranked new student. Therefore, Lu Qing held the attitude of a spectator as he blended into the crowd to watch the showdown. Although he had heard of Zhuowen's name, he was not too concerned about it. After all, he was very clear about Lu Xiang's strength. It was definitely not something a new student could contend against. However, the more Lu Qing watched, the more surprised he became. Zhuowen's combat strength was not ordinary. Not only did he break through Lu Xiang's many attacks, but even the Buddha's palm that he released in the end made him feel a little afraid. Lu Xiang's defeat was something he had not expected, especially when he saw that Lu Xiang had been bewitched by the Buddha's eyes and had given up all resistance. Lu Qing naturally could not bear to watch any longer and directly blocked the Buddha's palm. Brother! At this moment, Lu Xiang had also woken up. Soon after, she recalled the scene from before. All the hairs on her body involuntarily stood up as cold sweat covered her body. She knew that if Lu Qing had not intervened, her fate would definitely not be optimistic. How did Zhuowen become so strong all of a sudden? Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes looked through Lu Qing's back and saw the angry young man in front of her. Her face was filled with a complicated expression. The surrounding crowd also began to whisper as their gazes landed on Lu Qing. They did not expect that Lu Qing would also be in the square and that he would intervene at the last moment. Lu Qing's name was very well known in the Outer Academy. He was known as the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion and was also a genius on the Heavenly Sovereign list. His combat strength was extremely terrifying, and he was a powerful existence that many students looked up to. Of course, the scene of Zhuowen forcefully defeating Lu Xiang was also beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that the combat strength of a new student would be so terrifying? The early Empyrean, Lu Xiang, was actually defeated by him. It had to be known that Lu Xiang was not an ordinary early Empyrean martial artist, but a monstrous genius that had been tempered by the Cultivation Pagoda for a long time. Although Zhuowen had also entered the Cultivation Tower to temper himself, he had only tempered himself for a month. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Under the harsh conditions of a low cultivation realm and short tempering time, Lu Xiang still lost to Zhuowen. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's talent far surpassed Lu Xiang's. If Zhuowen matured, it would not be a problem for him to enter the Outer Academy's Heavenly Sovereign list. Zhuowen frowned when he felt the dense killing intent in Lu Qing's eyes. He said, "Injuries are unavoidable in a spar." Although that palm was powerful, it was not enough to take Lu Xiang's life. "Why are you questioning me like this?" "What do I mean? Don't you want to pay a price for injuring my sister?" Lu Qing stomped his foot, and a terrifying aura surged out. A murderous intent firmly locked onto Zhuowen. The root cause of this battle was Lu Xiang's. Now that Lu Xiang has been defeated, as her brother, you intend to stand up for her and bully a mere freshman like me. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhuowen's voice suddenly turned cold. Lu Qing frowned. Zhuowen's words were not without reason. However, Lu Xiang's defeat just now made Lu Qing's heart burn with anger. He did not want to let it go just like that. "Brother Lu Qing, you are the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. Isn't it inappropriate for you to personally bully a freshman? Moreover, isn't Lu Xiang completely fine? Don't tell me you want to lower yourself to bully a freshman in front of everyone." Chengdong suddenly spoke. He slowly walked in front of Zhuowen with a refined smile on his face as he stared indifferently at Lu Qing. "Chengdong, don't tell me your fragrant ink pavilion wants to reach out to my Emperor Pavilion? Do I need you to interfere in my matters?" Lu Qing frowned slightly and said somewhat impolitely, "It's not me who wants to interfere. It's our fragrant ink pavilion's first master who wants to interfere. This is the first master's token. If you insist on touching Zhuowen, the first master may rush over immediately. At that time, you can do as you see fit." Chengdong shook his head and said indifferently as he took out a jade talisman from his bosom. Looking at the jade talisman in Chengdong's hand, Lu Qing's gaze darkened. He said in surprise, "Your fragrant ink pavilion's first master has also come out. This Zhuowen has only been in the outer court for a month, right? Moreover, he has been staying in the Cultivation Pagoda for the past month. How is he related to your fragrant ink pavilion's first master?" Chengdong shook his head and said, "I don't know either. In fact, I came to the Cultivation Pagoda to look for Junior Zhuowen because of the first master's orders. Therefore, Lu Qing, if you ignore the first master and attack Zhuowen now, you will have to bear the consequences." Lu Qing's frown deepened. In the end, he coldly snorted and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give the first master some face first. However, if I see this kid being arrogant again in the future, your fragrant ink pavilion can no longer protect him." After saying that, Lu Qing left the square with Lu Xiang and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After Lu Qing left, Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, and the other three walked out from the crowd and came to Zhuowen's side. "Brother Zhuo, you've become stronger again. Looks like the results of this month's tempering are pretty good. Even Lu Xiang is no longer your opponent." Mo Lingtian looked at Zhuowen with some envy. In the previous battle, Zhuowen's strength was indeed much stronger than before. Although Mo Lingtian had gained a lot in the cultivation pagoda after seeing the strength that Zhuowen had displayed, the sharpness in his heart was gradually worn away. "The four of you have also gained a lot." Looking at Mo Lingtian and the other three, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a trace of surprise. At this moment, Mo Lingtian's cultivation had already broken through to the initial golden sovereign stage, while Jianan and Xianxing had both reached the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. As for Gatha, she had attracted Zhuowen's attention. This was because Gatha's cultivation had actually reached the initial stage of the sovereign stage. Back then, Gatha's cultivation should have been the same as Jianan's, the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Now, after the tempering of the cultivation pagoda, she had actually risen by 3 levels and was only at the initial stage of the sovereign stage. This cultivation speed was truly terrifying. As expected of the genius who possesses the heaven's wrath armored spirit, even I feel a little ashamed of this cultivation speed. Looking at Gatha's current state, Zhuowen felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated on the 10th level for an entire month and had only risen by 1 level. On the other hand, Gatha had cultivated on the 1st level for an entire month and had actually jumped by 3 levels. This was the difference in talent. Although Zhuowen possessed a powerful dragon soul, Xiaohe did not have any effect on increasing one's aptitude. Other than occasionally tricking him a few times, there did not seem to be any other benefits. Thinking about the benefits of the heaven's wrath armored spirit, Zhuowen was also rather envious. However, he also knew that this armored spirit was innate. One still had to rely on oneself to walk the path of martial arts step by step. After chatting with Mo Lingtian and the other 3 for a while, Zhuowen turned to look at Chengdong and asked curiously, "Senior Chengdong, who is the first master of your fragrant ink pavilion, I don't seem to have any relationship with your fragrant ink pavilion. Why is your first master protecting me?" Chengdong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "It's no use even if you ask me, because I also find it strange. Junior Zhuowen, since the first master thinks so highly of you, why don't you join my fragrant ink pavilion? Our fragrant ink pavilion's power is not the slightest bit weaker than the Emperor Pavilion." Zhuowen was startled and revealed a hesitant expression. Actually, when he had just entered, he had already heard of this organization called the Emperor Pavilion. After that, because of Chengdong, he also knew that there was a fragrant ink pavilion in the outer court. However, because Zhuowen had just entered the outer court not long ago, he really did not know anything about these organizations and powers. "Senior Chengdong, can you introduce me to the powers in the outer court? Also, what is that so-called Heavenly Venerable Leaderboard?" Zhuowen did not directly answer, but asked instead. Chengdong nodded. He had already expected that Zhuowen would not agree immediately. Moreover, he was also prepared to explain these things to Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen asked first, he naturally would not beat around the bush. Chapter 10:22, Forces in the Outer Court. Amongst them, the most famous are the 4 great powers, and they're respectively called the Emperor Pavilion, Fragrant Ink Pavilion, Vast Moon Pavilion, and Clear Sound Pavilion. These 4 great powers are formed by the students of the outer court, and they've gathered most of the monstrous geniuses in the outer court. The upper echelons of the four forces are basically geniuses on the heavenly sovereign ranking. Cheng Dong glanced at Zhuowen and continued, as for the heavenly sovereign ranking, it is a ranking of the geniuses in the outer court. There are only 32 spots on the heavenly sovereign ranking. Those who can enter the heavenly sovereign ranking are the top geniuses in the outer court, and the academy focuses on nurturing them. There are only 32 spots on the heavenly sovereign ranking? Shuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that there would be so few spots on the heavenly sovereign ranking. One must know that there were already tens of thousands of students in the outer court, but only 32 people could enter the heavenly sovereign ranking. Therefore, those geniuses who could enter the heavenly sovereign ranking were geniuses that were 1 in a million. Zhuowen also knew that Cheng Dong was a genius on the heavenly sovereign ranking. Lu Qing, who had stood up for Lu Xiang, was also a genius on the heavenly sovereign ranking like Cheng Dong. Lu Qing's strength was terrifying. Even though Zhuowen's strength had improved greatly in the cultivation tower, he did not have much confidence in going against Lu Qing. Cheng Dong, who was in front of him, gave Zhuowen an unfathomable feeling. It could be said that even if Zhuowen's strength had increased a lot, his chances of winning against Cheng Dong were very low. When he thought of this, Zhuowen also knew that the number of monsters within the outer academy was indeed much more than he had imagined. Currently, his strength was considered to be below average within the outer academy. At the same time, Mu Qinshue's beautiful figure appeared in Zhuowen's mind. According to the dean, Mu Qinshu had forcefully advanced to the emperor stage after entering the outer academy for a little over a year, and an exception was made to enter the inner academy. Zhuowen could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he recalled the delicate and beautiful figure in her ice-cold demeanor. It seemed that the gap between him and Mu Qinshu was rather large. However, this also strengthened Zhuowen's desire to become stronger. He knew that he could only meet Mu Qinshu after entering the inner court of the 9 Netherworld realm. At that time, he must hold Mu Qinshu tightly in his hands and not let her slip away again. Junior Zhuowen, a weak student in the outer academy, will eventually be bullied by others. The strength of our fragrant ink pavilion is not any weaker than the Emperor Pavilion. If you join our fragrant ink pavilion, our first head will not treat you unfairly. Cheng Dong advised earnestly. Zhuowen's talent and strength were all there. Cheng Dong knew that such a monster would enter the heavenly sovereign ranking sooner or later. If he were to rope him into the fragrant ink pavilion now, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to the fragrant ink pavilion. Zhuowen was startled and hesitated. He had just entered the outer court and was not familiar with the outer court at all. Although Cheng Dong had helped him a few times and he was grateful for it, he felt that it was inappropriate to rashly agree to join the fragrant ink pavilion now. Senior Cheng Dong, please give me some time to consider. If I have thought it through and am willing to join the fragrant ink pavilion, I will give you an answer. Zhuowen said apologetically. Hearing this, Cheng Dong's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, he also knew that it was a little abrupt for Zhuowen to join the fragrant ink pavilion now. A normal person would definitely not agree from the start. This kind of request must be given some time to consider. Senior was too direct just now. Junior, this is my communication jade talisman. If there is anything, or if you have already thought it through, you can inform me through this communication jade talisman. I will definitely do my best. Cheng Dong smiled and immediately took out a communication jade talisman. With a flick of his finger, it landed in Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen nodded and carefully kept the communication jade talisman. This Cheng Dong was indeed sincere in helping him, so Zhuowen had a good impression of him. If he really thought it through in the future, Zhuowen did not mind joining the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. That's right. Senior Cheng Dong, may I know who the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion is? Why did he ask you to look for me? Zhuowen suddenly asked. He clearly heard the conversation between Cheng Dong and Lu Qing just now. From what Cheng Dong said, the reason why Cheng Dong personally came to look for him and spared no effort to help him, Zhuowen, was because the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion added fuel to the fire. Cheng Dong was startled. He immediately shook his head and said, "The identity of the leader of our Fragrant Ink Pavilion is very mysterious. Even I have never seen her face. The only thing I know is that our leader is a woman. Moreover, she has always relied on the communication jade talisman to issue orders to our pavilion members. Therefore, the other pavilion members of our Fragrant Ink Pavilion have never seen our leader's face." Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, his gaze was filled with a strange expression. The first master of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion was too mysterious. Even the pavilion members of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion had never seen the first master's true appearance. Moreover, this mysterious leader had specially asked this Cheng Dong to look for him, Zhuowen. Could it be that he, Zhuowen, was acquainted with the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion in the past? After thinking about it, Zhuowen really could not figure out the identity of the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion and what relationship she had with him. Therefore, he simply did not think about it. If the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion was really someone he was familiar with, they would definitely meet in the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Cheng Dong bid farewell to Zhuowen and left the square. On the other hand, Zhuowen was not used to being pointed at by the crowd in the surrounding square. Therefore, he also led Mo Lingtian and the rest out of the square and walked towards their lodgings. The incident that happened in the square today would definitely spread throughout the entire Outer Academy. Lu Xiang, who had the title of Thorny Rose in the Outer Academy, was actually defeated by the freshman Zhuowen. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's name would probably spread even further. Moreover, there were many students who were gnashing their teeth at Zhuowen. There was no other reason. That was because Lu Xiang had many suitors in the Outer Academy. Zhuowen's merciless defeat of Lu Xiang naturally caused the public anger of Lu Xiang's suitors. There were even many impulsive students who eagerly ran to Zhuowen's lodgings with the intention of teaching Zhuowen a lesson. However, these were all matters for the future. At this moment, Zhuowen led Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other two as they slowly walked in the quiet bamboo forest, enjoying the rare tranquility. Brother Mo, Jianan, Gatha, and Miss Xuanqing, this time, all of you have just come out from the cultivation tower and have just completed the refinement of your meridians. You need to consolidate it for a period of time. Zhuowen suddenly said to Mo Lingtian and the other three. Mo Lingtian nodded and said, "Brother Shua is right. This time, I plan to spend a week's time to completely consolidate my meridians. Moreover, the four of us do not have enough contribution points. Once we have completely consolidated our meridians, I will prepare to go to the Academy's mission points to accept missions and earn contribution points." Jianan and the other two also nodded. Their thoughts were the same as Mo Lingtian's. They all planned to completely consolidate their meridians before accepting the Academy's mission points. Although the outer court system was very loose, the rule of having to pay 20,000 contribution points every year could be said to be very worrying for many students. Because of this, every outer court student did not have an easy time, other than having to pay tuition fees, whether it was cultivating in the cultivation tower or exchanging for weapons, cultivation methods, armor skills, elixirs, and so on. All of these required a corresponding amount of contribution points. It could be said that without the support of contribution points, It would only be difficult to move an inch in the outer court. If you wanted to take a step forward, become stronger, and obtain a higher status, then you would have to continuously accumulate contribution points. This was because in the outer court, contribution points could be exchanged for any resource you wanted. Hearing this, Zhuowen also understood the thoughts of Mo Lingtian and the other three. The four of them had gained quite a lot from the cultivation tower this time. Their battle strength had also increased by a lot compared to before. This time, the success rate of completing missions would also be very high. I also plan to spend a week's time to consolidate my meridians. After a week, let's go to the outer court's mission points to take a look. I wonder what kind of missions there will be. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes, then it's settled." Jia then said rather excitedly. After the five of them discussed about the matters that would happen in a week's time, they each returned to their own residences and began to properly consolidate their cultivation level and meridians. After returning to his residence, Zhuowen released the mysterious soul ice butterfly. This little fellow was very dependent on Zhuowen. Once it was released, it stuck close to Zhuowen. Its furry head continuously rubbed against the corner of Zhuowen's clothes as it emitted soft cries. It could be said that it was extremely adorable. After patting the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head, Zhuowen used his thoughts to tell it to quietly stay in his residence. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged on a praying mat in his room and began to silently consolidate his cultivation level and meridians. While consolidating his cultivation level, Zhuowen clearly discovered that the speed at which he absorbed yuan power from the outside world was much faster. Furthermore, the yuan power in the outer court was the pure yuan power extracted from the yuan veins. Therefore, Zhuowen's cultivation speed was actually several times faster than before. Looks like the expansion of my meridians has not only increased my strength by quite a bit, but even the speed at which I absorb yuan power during cultivation is much faster than before. Zhuowen was somewhat pleasantly surprised as he said. When he thought of this point, Zhuowen began to close his eyes and began to concentrate on consolidating his cultivation level. At the same time, he also used the pure yuan power from the outside world to continuously strengthen his yuan power capacity. In the corner of the room, the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head drooped as its colorful eyes stared resentfully at the seated Zhuowen. However, it was very smart. It knew that Zhuowen was currently cultivating, so it did not disturb Zhuowen. Instead, it silently guarded Zhuowen's side. The reason why Zhuowen released the mysterious soul ice butterfly was firstly to let it out for some fresh air, and secondly to guard him while he cultivated. Although the mysterious soul ice butterfly's cultivation level was not high, only at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, its battle strength was very frightening. If an ordinary Supreme Being stage expert barged into Zhuowen's room, they would definitely be no match for the mysterious soul ice butterfly. Therefore, Zhuowen was very relaxed as he sat cross-legged and cultivated in his room. Chapter 10:23 Mission Point Creek. Pushing open the door, a ray of golden sunlight shone on Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen to close his eyes in comfort. The first ray of sunlight shone down, making him feel warm and comfortable. Outside the door, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, Gatha, and Xianxing were already standing quietly in the open space, waiting for Zhuowen. When they saw Zhuowen push open the door, their gazes all converged on him. "The four of you are really early. Have you been waiting for a long time?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. Mo Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "No, we just arrived not too long ago. Because Brother Shua's residence is the outermost, we agreed to meet here." Nodding, Zhuowen smiled faintly. "Then let's go to the mission point and see what kind of missions there are." Mo Lingtian and the other three had no objections. They followed Zhuowen's lead and followed behind Zhuowen. Halfway there, Zhuowen discovered that Yuan Sheng, Yuan Kong, and Yun Zhongyang had also followed him. This caused Zhuowen to frown slightly, his gaze dark. "Why are the three of you following me?" Turning his head, Zhuowen coldly stared at Yun Zhongyang and the other two and asked coldly. Yun Zhongyang and the other two's expressions froze slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, they brushed past Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Zhuowen, I think you're being paranoid. Aren't you? The three of us are also planning to go to the mission point to accept missions and earn contribution points. Could it be that mission points only allow you and your group to go, but not us?" After speaking, Yun Zhongyang and the other two walked past Zhuowen's group of 5, as if nothing had happened, quickly disappearing from their sight. Yun Zhongyang and the other two have been acting very strange recently. It seems like they are intentionally monitoring us, Mo Lingtian said with a frown. None of them are good people. I've seen the three of them hiding in the shadows and discussing something a few times. Moreover, the three of them would often linger around Big Brother, Shua's residence, acting all mysterious. Jia Nen spoke in a rather resentful tone. Shua Wen's gaze was gloomy. In fact, when Yun Zhongyang and Yuan Kong had fearlessly asked him for contribution points the first time he had entered the residence, he had felt that the two of them were strange, but he had not paid them any mind. However, the behavior of these three people today was indeed very abnormal. Moreover, a trace of an ominous premonition arose in Zhua Wen's heart. "Brother Zhua, what should we do?" Mo Lingtian asked, somewhat helplessly. "Let's go to the mission point first. Yun Zhongyang and the other two don't have any contribution points on them. I'm afraid that they haven't entered the cultivation tower to temper their meridians yet. Their strength is far inferior to mine. Even Brother Mo's strength has already caught up to Yun Zhongyang's. These three are just clowns. We don't need to pay attention to them." After speaking, Zhuowen lifted his feet and led Mo Lingtian away from his residence. They passed through a winding path and numerous pavilions. After about an hour, the group of 5 finally arrived at the mission point. The outer courtyard's mission point was called the Mission Hall. However, most outer courtyard students preferred to call it the mission point. This name was simpler and more straightforward. The mission point was actually a magnificent hall. This hall was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was where missions were issued and accepted, while the second floor was where students could bring back the tokens needed for the mission after completing the mission. The second floor was where the students could bring back the tokens for the mission to be appraised by the appraisers on the second floor. If the tokens matched the mission content, the corresponding contribution points would be given out as a reward. Of course, the mission point's second floor didn't only have the function of awarding mission rewards after completing the mission. The appraisers here also had the ability to appraise treasures. If some cultivators obtained some treasures from the mission point, they could also exchange them for contribution points of corresponding value on the second floor. When they arrived at the mission point's first floor, Zhuowen and the other 4 discovered that the mission point was really lively. There was an endless stream of people. In the center of the mission point's first floor's hall, there was a huge light screen that was several feet tall. On the light screen, there were tadpole-like words carved on it. Moreover, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the light screen was divided into 4 areas. Above the 4 areas, there were 4 big words: heaven, gold, Ji, and Xian. From the discussions of the people around him, Zhuowen also knew that these 4 areas corresponded to the missions of the 4 levels of cultivators. Heaven represented heavenly venerables, gold represented golden venerables, Ji represented sovereign, and Xian represented Xian venerables. These 4 areas were specially selected by the upper echelons of the academy. They were tailor-made for each level of cultivator. Furthermore, the missions of each level corresponded to the corresponding level of cultivator. There was a certain degree of danger. For example, the missions of the gold area were more suitable for golden venerate cultivators. However, it was only slightly more suitable. Generally, golden venerate cultivators who accepted the missions of the gold area were at risk of losing their lives. If they weren't strong enough, the golden venerate cultivator who accepted the missions of the gold area could also die. Of course, there were also some cultivators who didn't have a high cultivation base but had monstrous combat strength who would choose missions of a higher level. This was because the higher the level of the mission, the higher the contribution points that could be obtained. Of course, the corresponding risk would also be greater. After all, the principle of high risk and high reward was applicable everywhere. Among the 4 areas on the light screen, the Xian area had the most missions, while the Heaven area had the least. After all, the missions of the Heaven area were more suitable for heavenly venerate cultivators. Heavenly venerate cultivators in the outer court were much stronger than ordinary heavenly venerate cultivators in the outside world. The missions that the upper echelons of the academy chose for these monstrous heavenly venerate cultivators naturally couldn't be simple. When he arrived at the hall on the first level, Zhuowen immediately saw Yun Zhongyang and the other 2 standing by the light screen. Their gazes weren't on the missions on the light screen. Instead, they were looking outside the hall as if they were searching for something. When Yun Zhongyang and the other 2 discovered Zhuowen, they retracted their gazes and focused their attention on the light screen as if nothing had happened. Their behavior made Zhuowen even more puzzled. Could it be that the 3 of them were plotting something that couldn't be revealed? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he secretly raised his guard against the 3 of them. Although the strength of the 3 of them didn't pose any threat to him, if the 3 of them were to play tricks on him, Zhuowen would have a headache. Brother Mo, Jia, Nan, the 4 of you take a look at the contents of the missions on the first level. I will go to the second level to exchange for some things. Zhuowen instructed Mo Lingtian and the other 3 before heading towards the second level of the mission site. When Yun Zhongyang and the other 2 saw that Zhuowen was actually heading towards the second level, their eyes flickered, and they actually followed behind Zhuowen. Their actions caused Zhuowen's gaze to turn cold. However, because he was in the academy, and the 3 of them didn't provoke him, Zhuowen didn't go as far as to make a move. He could only ignore the 3 of them. The second level of the mission site was slightly smaller than the first level, and the number of people was also much smaller. However, the auras of the cultivators on the second level were extremely powerful. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that the majority of the cultivators on the second level were at the Golden Venerate realm and above. Occasionally, he would see a terrifying Heavenly Venerate expert. There were many counters on the second level, and 2 people were arranged in front of each counter. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The woman was wearing a Cheongsam and should be the same as the Cheongsam woman at the counter of the cultivation tower previously. She should be a service staff arranged by some weaker students. Zhuowen found a relatively empty counter, and the Cheongsam woman standing in front of the counter revealed a standard smile. She slightly bowed towards Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "I would like to see what armor skills and cultivation techniques you have here that can be exchanged for." Zhuowen nodded and said. This time, Zhuowen was preparing to go out for a mission. Naturally, he would need some powerful armor skills and cultivation techniques as a trump card. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to see what armor skills and cultivation techniques were on the counter. The Cheongsam woman nodded and did not have any doubts about Zhuowen's words. Her jade-like hand lightly tapped the air, and a ray of light suddenly swept out from the counter. Then, It formed a yellow screen in front of Zhuowen. There were several options on the yellow screen. For example, cultivation techniques, spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, armor skills, secret techniques, and so on. The categories were very detailed, and there was even an arcane technique category. Within the arcane technique category, there were spiritual secret techniques, origin arrays, origin crystals, materials, and so on. Zhuowen could not help but take a few more glances at the arcane technique category. Originally, he had only come here to choose some cultivation techniques and armor skills. He did not expect that the outer courtyard would actually have some items for arcana masters to exchange for. However, when he remembered that the outer courtyard had an arcane tower and that Mu Feng, who had become a heavenly arcana master, Zhuowen did not find it too strange. Back then, Zhuowen had purposely asked the dean about the method of joining the arcane tower. According to the dean, Mu Feng had very strict requirements for joining the arcane tower. From Mu Feng's point of view, apart from having a natural talent for spiritual power, an arcana master also had to be proficient in the creation of origin arrays. If one's spiritual power was only strong, then they would be no different from a brute. And this condition of Mu Feng's immediately made Zhuowen, who had originally wanted to join the arcane tower, back off. Zhuowen's spiritual power was indeed terrifying. However, all this time, Zhuowen seemed to have treated spiritual power as a means of attack. As for some knowledge of origin arrays, although he had dabbled in them, he was not very proficient in them. Although Zhuowen's spiritual power had now reached the great circle of the 5th grade, Zhuowen could only create 3rd grade origin arrays. This was something that Grandmaster Kuraki had taught him back then. As for 4th grade origin arrays and 5th grade origin arrays, Zhuowen did not know any of them. If Mu Feng were to know that Zhuowen possessed such a powerful spiritual talent, yet he had recklessly used his spiritual power as a means of attack, and had never learned how to refine elemental arrays, it was unknown whether Mu Feng would beat Zhuowen to death. With such talent for spiritual power, he actually did not study origin arrays properly. From Mu Feng's point of view, this was an act of putting the cart before the horse. Thus, before joining the arcane tower, Zhuowen was prepared to thoroughly master his knowledge of origin arrays. Once he could create 5th grade origin arrays, he would definitely be put in an important position by Mu Feng after joining the arcane tower. Chapter 10:24. Morning Seal, however, Zhuowen was going to do a mission first, so he didn't want to exchange for books and knowledge about elemental arrays in the arcane arts category. Instead, he clicked on the arts and armor categories. There were many entries for cultivation methods and armor skills. They were listed from top to bottom, making one dizzy just by looking at them. There were also many subcategories within these 2 categories, such as body movement, sound wave, attack, defense, special, and so on. The categories were very detailed. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. He casually browsed through the screen. If he saw something that suited him, Zhuowen would look at the detailed introduction and mark it. Later, he would decide whether to exchange for it or not. After looking at it for about an hour, Zhuowen marked 7 or 8 cultivation methods and armor skills. Among them, there were attack skills, movement skills, and at the same time, there were also defense skills. Anyway, there were all kinds of skills. When Zhuowen was casually browsing through the cultivation methods section, his eyes suddenly fixed on one of the entries. Then his breathing suddenly became a little rapid, and his eyes became quite excited, like a cat seeing a mouse. 7 Emotions, Precious Seal. Murmuring in a low voice, Zhuowen's eyes were full of excitement. The content of the entry he was staring at was as follows. The 7 Emotions, Precious Seal was a saint's cultivation method. It contained the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, disgust, and desire. It had the effect of increasing strength and weakening the enemy's strength. However, to Zhuo Wen's disappointment, the Seven Emotions treasure seal in the exchange entry was also incomplete. There were only 3 types of Seven Emotions treasure seal in the exchange entry. They were the Fury treasure seal, the Love treasure seal, and the Grief treasure seal. What made Zhuo Wen's face turn ugly was that the price of each of the Seven Emotions treasured seals was 150,000 contribution points. This was the price of one seal. If all 3 seals were exchanged together, it would probably cost 450,000 contribution points. To Zhuo Wen, this was definitely a huge sum of money. So expensive. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. Even so, Zhuo Wen still marked the Seven Emotions treasure seal. Anyway, this time he was exchanging spiritual treasures for contribution points. If he could gather 150,000 contribution points, Zhuo Wen would grit his teeth and exchange for the Seven Emotions treasure seal. If he couldn't, he could only follow his original plan and exchange for the miscellaneous cultivation methods and armor skills that he had marked just now. Have you chosen? Seeing Zhuo Wen withdraw from the exchange list with a frown, the woman in the cheongsam revealed a smile and asked Zhuo Wen. Done. Zhuo Wen nodded and handed the marked Seven Emotions precious seal to the cheongsam lady. When the lady's beautiful eyes fell on the item marked by Zhuo Wen, her beautiful face suddenly stiffened. She was actually stunned for a moment. As a service staff at the counter, the cheongsam lady was naturally familiar with many of the items on the exchange list. She was no stranger to the Seven Emotions treasure seal. This was a sage cultivation method, but it was an incomplete one. However, even if it was incomplete, it was still extremely expensive. This incomplete Seven Emotions treasure seal required 150,000 contribution points. Among the many students in the outer court, there were very few who could take out such a high amount of contribution points. Only a few monstrous geniuses who were ranked at the top of the Heavenly Master list might be able to take out so many contribution points at once. However, the young man in front of her was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. Logically speaking, a student with such a cultivation was only an extremely ordinary student in the outer court. How could he take out so many contribution points to exchange for the Seven Emotions treasure seal? I'm sorry. Customer, did you make the wrong choice? After thinking for a moment, the cheongsam lady could only force a smile and ask Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen shook his head and said, I didn't make the wrong choice. I originally intended to exchange for the Seven Emotions treasure seal. Then, do you have 150,000 contribution points on you? The cheongsam lady frowned and asked. Zhuo Wen shook his head again. However, it was this shake of his head that caused the cheongsam lady's beautiful eyes to turn cold. She said, If you are here to cause trouble, I think you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. This is not a place where a mere student can run amok. Hearing the cheongsam lady's words, Zhuo Wen knew that she had misinterpreted his meaning. He continued, Miss, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble. Although I don't have 150,000 contribution points on me, I can exchange spiritual treasures for contribution points and use them to exchange for the Seven Emotions treasure seal. Hearing this, the cheongsam lady's expression softened slightly. She said, If that's the case, then take out the spiritual treasure you want to exchange for first. Nodding his head, Zhuo Wen did not hesitate. With a flick of his finger, he took out the trident that was filled with blue light. This trident was the one he had taken from Yun Zhongyang on the Thousand Beasts Bridge. This sea god's halberd was a top-quality emperor-level spiritual treasure. Seeing how Yun Zhongyang treasured it, this item was definitely not cheap. Sure enough, the moment Zhuo Wen took out the sea god's halberd, the cheongsam lady's beautiful eyes flickered. The middle-aged man, sitting on the armchair beside the counter, also stood up and quickly walked over. This middle-aged man's hair was white, and there were very obvious horizontal lines of wrinkles on his forehead. This added a hint of vicissitudes to him. Damn it! This bastard actually used my sea god's halberd to exchange for it. Yun Zhongyang and the other two had been following behind Zhuowen the whole time. They stood in a corner dozens of meters behind Zhuowen and did not seem very eye-catching. However, when Yun Zhongyang's gaze focused on the sea god's halberd in Zhuowen's hand, his fists clenched tightly, and he could not help but curse. However, it was useless. This was originally Yun Zhongyang's natal spiritual treasure, but it was about to be sold to the academy by Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang could only watch helplessly. Brother Yun, don't be impulsive. When this little bastard really goes out on a mission, his contribution points and many good things in his spirit ring will all be ours. Yuan Kong, who was standing behind Yun Zhongyang, hurriedly advised. Only then did Yun Zhongyang, who had fallen into a state of rage, gradually calm down. Brother Yuan is right. Right now, it is not worth getting angry over this little bastard. Soon, I will make him spit out everything that this bastard owes me. Yun Zhongyang gradually calmed down and said coldly. Zhuowen naturally did not know about the conversation between Yun Zhongyang and the other two. At this moment, the middle-aged man with white hair at the counter had already picked up the sea god's halberd and was carefully examining it. There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Zhuowen knew that this middle-aged man in front of him should be one of the appraisers on the second floor. Generally, cultivators who could hold this position would have a high status in the outer yard. The sea god's halberd contains a trace of the ocean's origin. It can be regarded as one of the top quality royal rank spirit treasures. The middle-aged man touched the sea god's halberd in his hand. Then he lowered his eyes and asked Zhuowen, "How much do you plan to sell it for?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth rose slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "That depends on what price Senior is willing to pay." Zhuowen's words were ambiguous. In fact, he was completely unclear about the value of the sea god's halberd. He only knew that it was a royal rank spirit treasure, and its value was definitely not low. Ordinary royal rank spirit treasures are worth about 100,000 contribution points, but your sea god's halberd contains a trace of the ocean's origin. Its value is higher. When the middle-aged man said this, he became silent as if he was thinking about something. Zhuowen did not urge him. He stood quietly in front of the counter and stared at the middle-aged man, who was in deep thought. "Young friend, how about 120,000 contribution points?" The middle-aged man seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be quite excited. He did not expect that the middle-aged man in front of him would give such a tempting price. However, he was keenly aware that the middle-aged man did not give him the true price of the sea god's halberd. Therefore, Zhuowen was very calm at this moment. He shook his head and said, "Senior, do you really think that the sea god's halberd is only worth that much?" The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. He secretly thought that Zhuowen was cunning. However, he did not hesitate and continued to offer, "How about 140,000 contribution points?" However, Zhuowen still shook his head gently, causing the middle-aged man's heart to sink to the bottom. He gritted his teeth again and fiercely said, 160,000 contribution points. This is the highest price I can offer. If you are still not satisfied, there is nothing I can do. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was blooming with joy. He did not expect that the sea god's halberd, which he did not care much about, could be sold at such a high price. Although he was happy, Zhuowen pretended to be calm on the surface. After pondering for a moment, he nodded his head and said, "Senior, this price is very reasonable." 160,000 contribution points. I will sell it. When the middle-aged man heard this, he secretly sighed. He nodded his head and said with a smile, "It seems that young friend is also an insider. Here are 160,000 contribution points. Take it." As he spoke, the middle-aged man smiled and handed over a black card. Then, he used the black card to swipe it across Zhuowen's contribution points table. Immediately, his contribution points table increased by 160,000. Originally, Zhuowen still had 40,000 contribution points. Now that it had increased by 160,000, he had a total of 200,000 contribution points. Even after exchanging for the Seven Emotions precious seal, he still had 50,000 contribution points left. The woman in the Cheongsam standing beside the middle-aged man was also stunned. She did not expect that the young man in front of her, who did not have a high cultivation, would be able to take out such a precious treasure to exchange. Now, I should be able to exchange for the Seven Emotions precious seal, right? After receiving 160,000 contribution points, Zhuowen grinned at the woman in the Cheongsam, who was stunned. He revealed a row of white and flawless teeth. Looking at the young man, who was smiling brightly in front of her, the woman in the Cheongsam came back to her senses. She could not help but blush. She did not dare to be negligent. She quickly walked in front of Zhuowen and said, "Esteemed guest, there are a total of 3 seals in the Seven Emotions precious seal. May I know which seal's cultivation method you want to exchange for?" Chapter 10:25. Pulse opening Piljua, when had already obtained the Wrath treasure seal of the Seven Emotions treasure seals. The Love treasure seal was the same as the Wrath treasure seal. It should be a type of treasure seal that increased one's strength. Only the Grief treasure seal was a type of treasure seal that was used to weaken the enemy's strength. As Zhuowen already had the Fury seal that could increase his strength, and he could only exchange for one type of seal, Zhuowen did not hesitate to exchange for the Grief seal. The Grief seal's release method was like a curse, unknowingly weakening the enemy. This item was quite useful in battle. It had a miraculous effect. The Cheongsam lady nodded and took out a jade token from the counter. The runes drawn on the jade token were very similar to the runes on the jade token that Zhuowen obtained when he obtained the first place among the freshmen. Perhaps the dean purposely used the Fury seal of the Seven Emotions treasured seals as a reward for the first place. Speaking of which, the dean was quite generous. A Fury seal cost 150,000 contribution points, which meant that the first-place freshman would not only receive 10,000 contribution points, but also a Fury seal that was worth 150,000 contribution points. Speaking of which, the reward for the first-place freshman was really generous. Young friend, if you have any other good things in the future, you can come to my counter to exchange for them. The price I give you is absolutely fair. After receiving the Grief treasure seal, the middle-aged man with white hair said to Zhuowen with a smile. At this moment, he was constantly looking at the Neptune's halberd in his hand. He seemed to be very interested in the Neptune's origin of the ocean contained within the Neptune's halberd. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. Do you think I don't trust you? If I have any good items in the future, I will definitely be the first to exchange them at your counter and appraise them." This kind of appraiser had a high status in the mission site, and his strength was also very strong. If Zhuowen had a good relationship with this middle-aged man in front of him, it would be very beneficial for him to hand over missions in the future. Perhaps it might even be more convenient. After exchanging some pleasantries with the middle-aged man, Zhuowen found out that this white-haired appraiser was called Bei Xian. Afterwards, as Zhuowen wanted to go down to find Mo Lingtian and the others, he bid farewell to Bei Xian and walked down the stairs to the first floor. The flow of people on the first floor was still unbelievably high. almost to the point where it was crowded. Many people continuously squeezed in front of the light screen in the center of the hall, constantly browsing the contents of the missions, hoping to find a suitable mission for them. Zhuowen's gaze was not placed on the Xian region and Ultimate region's missions. Firstly, there were too many people in these two regions. Secondly, with Zhuowen's strength, the missions of the Xian region and Ultimate region, Xian region and Ultimate region's missions, and the Gold regions, and Heavenly Sovereign region and Heavenly regions had about 10 heavenly regions, and Heavenly regions region of heavenly regions had heavenly regions. The heavens heaves heavens regions. Big Brother Zhuo, an excited figure, immediately rushed in front of Zhuowen. It was the red-faced Jia Nan. Behind Jia Nan, Gatha, Xianxing, and Mo Lingtian slowly followed. Soon, they arrived in front of Zhuowen. Have the four of you received your respective missions? Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. Jia Nan nodded and said excitedly, Gatha, Xianxing, and I have all received missions in the Xian region. Moreover, the mission we received is a group mission. It requires 3 people, and the 3 of us are just right. Moreover, the rewards for this mission are quite generous. If we succeed, each of us will receive 2,000 contribution points. Zhuowen was startled, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The mission that Jia Nan received was quite good. Moreover, it was a group mission. Jia Nan, Gatha, and Xianxing were together, which would increase their safety by a lot. Moreover, the rewards for this mission were also quite good. Subsequently, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Mo Lingtian and said, Brother Mo, what mission did you receive? Mo Lingtian said somewhat helplessly, I have just advanced to the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm, so I did not dare to accept missions in the Gold region. The missions in the Gold region are too difficult for initial stage Golden Exalts, so I accepted a mission in the Gold region. Zhuowen nodded and said, Brother Mo, this is a very wise decision. After all, this is our first time accepting a mission. If we accept a difficult mission from the start, I'm afraid it will not benefit us at all. Moreover, you can first do the missions in the Gold region. After you get used to the flow of missions, you can do the missions in the Gold region. This will be quite beneficial for you to complete the missions in the Gold region. Mo Lingtian nodded and said in agreement, I think so too. However, Brother Zhuo, have you chosen your mission? Zhuowen waved his hand and said, I just came down from the 2nd level. I haven't had the time to choose yet. With Brother Zhuo's strength, you should be able to complete the missions in the Heaven region, right? Mo Lingtian said sincerely. Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, I have the same idea as you. I did not intend to choose such a difficult mission at first. Let's practice with the missions in the Gold region first. After completing this mission, I will have a general understanding of these missions in my heart. At that time, I will decide whether to choose the missions in the Heaven region or not. Let's take a look at the list of missions first and see which ones are more suitable for you. Mo Lingtian replied. As they spoke, the 5 of them came to the Gold region. They looked up at the light screen above the Gold region and saw a list of missions. There were nearly 100 missions in the Gold region. Some of them were dim, which meant that the mission had been accepted and was in the process of being executed. Zhuowen skipped over the dim lists and focused on the missions that had not been accepted. Mission: exterminate the border city bandit gang evil deeds, arson, looting, killing and robbing, humiliating women, forcing women into prostitution, and committing all kinds of crimes. Suggestion: the border city bandit gang has a total of 25 members. The weakest is at the early stage of the Golden Venerable Realm, and the highest leader is at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. The bandit gang has mastered a powerful combination attack and can fight against an early-stage, heavenly venerable realm warrior. Mission reward, 20,000 contribution points. The first mission in the gold region was to exterminate the border city bandit gang, and the reward of contribution points was not low. However, the difficulty was not small. The individual strength of the bandit gang might not be very strong, but they had mastered the combination attack. The combined strength of 25 people could fight against an early-stage, heavenly venerable realm warrior. It was a rather difficult mission. Zhuo Wen did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he browsed from top to bottom seriously. Soon after, he realized that the difficulty of the missions listed below was not the slightest bit easier than the first extermination of the border city bandit group. Some were even more difficult. When Zhuo was browsing slowly, his eyes quickly noticed the mission at the bottom of the gold region. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Commissioned mission, the Sun family of Anming City in the northeast. Hire powerful guards to escort the family pharmacist into the depths of the True Vein Forest to pick precious medicinal herbs. Details: the True Vein Forest is an extremely deep and terrifying natural danger zone in the northeast region of Excellent Spirit Island. There are many powerful origin beasts inside. There are many golden venerable realm origin beasts, and heavenly venerable realm origin beasts frequently appear. It is extremely dangerous. Mission reward, 30,000 contribution points. Because it is a commission mission, the Sun family will reward the family heirloom channel opening pill and some spirit stones as a reward. The reason why Zhuo Wen was attracted to this mission was mainly because of the reward of the meridian opening pill. Zhuo Wen had seen this meridian opening pill when he was browsing through the second floor's counter. The channel opening pill, as the name implied, was a pill that could expand the toughness and volume of the meridians. Its effect was the same as the ice and fire energy in the cultivation tower, but the effect was not as good as the cultivation tower. Moreover, this kind of channel opening pill could only be used once by a martial artist because this kind of channel opening pill would forcibly expand the meridians. The process could be said to be extremely painful. The effect of taking it once was already very good. However, if it was taken a second time, there would be almost no effect. Instead, there would be side effects which would damage the meridians in the body, leaving behind hidden dangers for the martial arts foundation in the future. Zhuo was interested in the channel opening pill, so he was somewhat moved by this mission. After all, if his meridians could be expanded by the channel opening pill again, not only would his strength increase greatly, but his cultivation speed would also be greatly improved. I'll choose this one. Nodding his head, Zhuo waved his right hand and immediately accepted the mission. Soon after, the mission from the Sun clan of the Anming City in the northeast also became dull and dull. Brother Zhuo, the mission you accepted is not simple. Listening to the introduction, the True Vein Forest should be very dangerous. Mo Lingtian frowned slightly. He also clearly saw the mission Zhuo accepted, which was why he had such an expression. Brother Mo, don't worry. I'm not going to die. If I really encounter danger, I'll naturally give up the mission immediately. Escaping is more important. Zhuo smiled faintly. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian nodded. Zhuo's strength was very strong, but his ability to escape was not to be outdone. If Zhuo really wanted to escape, an ordinary, heavenly, venerable martial artist might not be able to do anything to Zhuo. After accepting the mission, Zhuo and the rest were about to go to the mission site. However, suddenly, a clamor came from the hall on the first floor. The noise attracted Zhuo's attention. Looking over, Zhuo immediately saw 3 figures walking in from the entrance of the mission site. The 3 of them were quite young. Among them, the young man in the lead had a cold and arrogant expression. He seemed to have no regard for others. This young man carried a large black spear on his back and was dressed in black. He looked straight ahead and did not pay any attention to the surrounding gazes. As soon as he entered, his gaze landed on the mission list in the sky area. The two people behind this young man were a man and a woman. Moreover, Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with them. They were actually the brother and sister Lu Qing and Lu Xiang. As Zhuowen was standing in the crowd, the brother and sister did not notice Zhuowen's existence. Instead, they respectfully followed behind the black-clothed young man. The great pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, Di Ba, is also here. This kind of person has not stepped into the mission site for a long time. Chapter 10:26. Di Badiba's aura was very strong, much stronger than Lu Qing's. Last time, Chengdong had also vaguely told Zhuowen that Di Ba was ranked very high on the heavenly sovereign list. He could be considered a monstrous genius in the outer court with terrifying talent and strength. Deng deng deng. Arriving in front of the Heaven Region's mission list, Di Ba's sharp gaze landed on the first line of the list. He said indifferently, "There have been quite a lot of missions related to Azura Island recently." Lu Qing nodded and said softly, "Azura Island hasn't been very peaceful recently. Many new forces have risen. The new forces are challenging the old forces or fighting for the blood crystal lode. It can be said that the flames of war are everywhere. It's precisely because Azura Island has been too chaotic recently that there are many more missions than before." Di Ba nodded and shook his head slightly, making a crunching sound. He said indifferently, "It's been a long time since I've come out to exercise. Let's go to Azura Island to play during this period of time." As he spoke, Di Ba waved his right hand. Suddenly, the 10 missions in the Heaven Region all dimmed. Hua! Seeing that the missions in the Heaven Region had all dimmed, the surrounding students were shocked. Di Ba had actually accepted all the missions in the Heaven Region at once. Wasn't this a bit too overbearing? Zhuowen was also moved. Di Ba was indeed extremely overbearing, as his name suggested. He had taken all the missions in the Heaven Region as soon as he took action. One had to know that the missions in the Heaven Region corresponded to heavenly venerables. Moreover, they were life-threatening missions for heavenly venerables. Normally, heavenly venerables would have to consider the pros and cons of accepting the missions in the Heaven Region again and again. Di Ba, on the other hand, had taken all the missions in one go. However, Di Ba was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Zhuowen couldn't see through Di Ba's true cultivation. He only felt that Di Ba's aura was very terrifying and powerful. It was so powerful that it gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. "Let's go." After accepting all the missions in the lower heaven area, Di Ba waved his right hand and led Lu Qing and Lu Xiang away from the mission site without looking back. He did not hesitate at all. Di Ba has been in seclusion for 2 years. Today, he came out of seclusion and accepted all the missions in the Heaven Region. He must have had a major breakthrough, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds, right? It must be. Otherwise, Di Ba wouldn't be so arrogant as to take all the missions in the Heaven Region. Sigh, I'm really envious of such a peerless genius. Every mission in the Heaven Region rewards more than 100,000 contribution points. If Di Ba completes the mission and returns, he'll probably earn more than 1,000,000 contribution points. We might not be able to earn so many contribution points in our entire lives. After Di Ba left, many students on the first floor of the mission point looked envious and jealous. Di Ba's one mission was comparable to their countless mission rewards. This was the difference. The outer court was like this. If you had natural talent and strength, then contribution points were practically within reach. The more contribution points one possessed, The higher one's starting point would be compared to the other students. Of course, one would leave the others even further behind. This was the difference between geniuses and mediocre people. Geniuses placed their focus on becoming stronger, so contribution points would continuously enter the hands of geniuses. On the other hand, mediocre people placed their focus on contribution points and neglected to use contribution points to become stronger. As a result, they became more and more mediocre and eventually disappeared into the crowd. This Deba is so arrogant and powerful. He actually accepted all the missions in the heaven region as soon as he took action. Jianen muttered to himself with a glint in his eyes. He is indeed arrogant and powerful. In this mission point, there are a few Empyrean Realm students, but no one dares to go to the mission in the heaven receiving area. However, this Deba accepted all the missions. Mo Lingtian also sighed as he muttered to himself. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "The strong have always been weak. If you have the heart to become stronger, we can also reach Deba's height." Deba's strength also moved Zhuowen's heart. However, this also stimulated Zhuowen's desire to become stronger. This was the life and path he wanted. There were so many geniuses in the outer court who were stronger than him. This way, Zhuowen would have more motivation to move forward and strengthen his belief in becoming stronger. At the same time, it would also broaden Zhuowen's horizons and let him know that there would always be geniuses and warriors stronger than him in this world. It was precisely because there were so many experts walking in front of Zhuowen that Zhuowen had a clearer goal, a stronger hope, and a heart of a swan that wanted to climb higher and look down on the world. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Jia, Nan, Mo Lingtian, and the other two were startled. Soon after, a thoughtful expression appeared in their eyes. Zhuowen's words had awakened them from their dreams. Just now, they were all envious and in awe of Deba's strength and tyranny. In fact, they felt an invisible sense of inferiority in their hearts. But Zhuowen did not. Although Zhuowen's strength might be far inferior to Deba's, Zhuowen did not feel any sense of inferiority. Instead, he firmly believed that relying on his own efforts, he would eventually reach Deba's height, or even surpass Deba. This was the true state of mind that a warrior should have. Looking at Zhuowen's tall and straight figure, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other two's eyes lit up. They all nodded gratefully at Zhuowen, and they finally knew why Zhuowen was so strong. It was precisely because of such a tenacious state of mind that Zhuowen's current strength was achieved. After all, nothing in this world was a fluke. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to pay a price, and you had to take action. Those martial artists who only knew how to talk but never take action would eventually be reduced to mediocrity and insignificant dust in the long river of history. Big brother Zhua, Gatha, sister Xianxing, and I plan to head to the northwest West Trench City to carry out a mission. Moreover, we must complete it within a month. Time is of the essence, so we'll be leaving first, Jia Nen said to Zhuowen. Jia Nan, Gatha, and Xianxing, the three of you be careful. Jia Nan, Gatha, you might have already noticed that your armor souls are not ordinary, right? It's best if you spend more time on your armor souls. It will bring you great benefits in the future, Zhuowen said cautiously. Big brother Zhua, do you know the origins of our armor souls? Jia Nen was stunned. Soon after, he stared at Zhuowen and asked with some anticipation. Jia Nen and Gatha had shown great talent since they were young. Moreover, their armor souls were very different from the other clansmen in the clan. The two of them actually knew that their armor souls were not ordinary since a long time ago. However, they were unable to identify the origins of their armor souls. Even the seniors of the clan were completely clueless. Now that Zhuowen had said that, it was like a stone falling into water. It caused great waves in their hearts. They knew that Zhuowen was not speaking without thinking. It was very likely that he knew the origins of their armor souls. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "There's no need for you to know about this right now. All you need to do is excavate the potential of your armor souls. You'll naturally know when the time is right." Jia Nan and Gatha revealed a sliver of disappointment when they heard Zhuowen's reply. However, they also knew that Zhuowen would not harm them. Therefore, they nodded cautiously and secretly paid attention to their armor souls. "The three of you can set off now. Try to be careful. If you feel that the mission is too difficult, give up as soon as possible. After all, your life is much more important than the mission." Zhuowen gave a few more instructions before the three of them left the outer courtyard. They were prepared to head to West Trench City in the northwest. "Brother Zhua, it's time for me to set off as well." Mo Lingtian clasped his hands towards Zhuowen and said with a smile after sending off the three of them, "Be careful on the way. I wish you success in your mission." Zhuowen said cautiously, "Haha, don't worry. The mission I've accepted is a regional one. It won't be too difficult for a golden exalt." When he spoke up to hear, Mo Lingtian's gaze suddenly shot towards the three figures not too far behind Zhuowen and said solemnly, "Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuansheng are too strange. I'm afraid they'll harm you. So try to be careful on the way." Zhuowen had naturally noticed the three of them, who were staring at him ceaselessly. His gaze was piercingly cold as he said to Mo Lingtian, "I know. If I have the chance, I'll definitely eliminate them. Otherwise, they'll be a disaster sooner or later." Mo Lingtian nodded and exchanged some pleasantries with Zhuowen before leaving swiftly as well. Only Zhuowen was left standing at the entrance of the mission hall. "Kid, your mission doesn't have a time limit. You don't have to set off immediately. You can wait for a while before setting off." Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuowen nodded and muttered to himself, "I'm going to cultivate the morning treasure seal before setting off. Yun Zhongyang and the other two are like flies, following behind me. I wonder what they're up to. The three of them seem to be in a hurry for you to go on a mission. Perhaps there are helpers from the three of them outside the main city. Moreover, these helpers are very strong and can kill you," Blackie replied. "Emperor Realm Masters from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty?" After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen suddenly remembered Supreme Jin, who dared to make a move in front of the dean. At that time, he had killed the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's #1 monstrous genius, Yuan Zhao. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty would definitely not let the matter rest. In addition to Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuansheng's strange actions, Zhuowen easily linked them to the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Emperor Realm Masters. "I'm afraid it's not just the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Emperor Realm Masters. The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Emperor Lan should also be involved. Otherwise, Yun Zhongyang wouldn't be together with Yuan Kong and Yuansheng," Xiaohei said. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. If there were really Emperor Realm Masters waiting for him, it wouldn't be good for his mission. Chapter 10:27. Strange Yun Zhongyang and the other two. "It seems like I have to think of a way to get rid of them." Zhuowen muttered. He knew that if the Emperor Realm experts of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty were really waiting for him, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. "I'll go back and cultivate the morning treasure seal first. I'll ask Senior Bei Xian if they have something like that." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He decided to go back and cultivate the morning treasure seal first. Why didn't Zhuowen carry out the mission after accepting it? Why did he go back to his residence? Yun Zhongyang and the other two narrowed their eyes when they saw Zhuowen walking back. Their expressions were slightly unsightly. "Our actions are too obvious. Could it be that Zhuowen is starting to suspect us? Yuan Kong frowned. It's possible, but so what if he suspects us? He's already accepted the mission. If he doesn't go out and complete it, he'll definitely be punished by the Academy with a corresponding amount of contribution points. Contribution points are too important to a student. He definitely won't hide in the Academy forever, Yin Zhongyang said with a sinister gaze. Brother Yun is right. We just need to keep an eye on Zhuowen. After all, he can't do anything to us in the Academy, Yuan Qing added. As they spoke, the three of them followed Zhuowen back to his residence. After returning to the bamboo house, Zhuowen released the mystic soul ice butterfly to protect him. Zhuowen sat on the futon and flipped his right hand. He took out the morning treasure seal's jade token and used the same method as before to release the morning treasure seal's content. Zhuowen closed his eyes and began to comprehend the morning treasure seal's mysteries and patterns. The 7 emotions treasured seal was very powerful. If he could successfully cultivate it, it would be immensely beneficial to him. As Zhuowen comprehended the morning treasure seal, a sorrowful feeling rose up in Zhuowen's heart. The sorrowful feeling grew thicker and thicker, practically filling up his entire heart. It made Zhuowen lose his wits, as if he could not muster up any strength at all. The grief of the heart was like a dead heart. It was the emotion of losing all hope and pursuit. Once one fell into this emotion, one would be powerless, and their strength would be weakened to a terrifying extent. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and immediately woke up from this sorrowful mood. His eyes were filled with dread. This morning treasure seal was very powerful. It could actually make him fall into a sorrowful mood unknowingly. Furthermore, Zhuowen, who had sunk into a sorrowful mood, could clearly feel that his entire body was powerless. He could only use half of his original strength. This morning treasure seal was truly terrifying. To think that it could reduce his strength by so much. I must master this morning treasure seal in a short period of time. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He could feel the terrifying power of this grief treasure seal. This thing was definitely more helpful to him than the fury treasure seal. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon flew like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, time was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it flew past him. Very quickly, a week had passed. Early in the morning, a ray of pale golden light shone through the mottled shadows of the leaves and landed on the young man sitting on the praying mat by the window. The pale yellow light was imprinted on the side of the young man's face, revealing the young man's well-defined face. Although he was not exceptionally handsome, he was rather handsome and pleasing to the eye. The young man's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Soon after, a rich, sorrowful aura spread out from his body. This sorrowful aura was extremely rich, almost converging into a faint black chi that spread throughout the entire bamboo house. The profound soul ice butterfly, which was originally lying in the bamboo house, also felt this sorrowful aura. It drooped its head and softly cried out. Its eyes were dyed with a layer of sorrow as its entire body became powerless. Slowly standing up, Zhuowen also saw the profound soul ice butterfly's abnormal state. With a wave of his right hand, the sorrowful aura that spread throughout the room was immediately absorbed into Zhuowen's body and transformed into a strange treasure seal. It was the morning treasure seal. I have a preliminary grasp of the morning treasure seal. The sorrowful aura that it emits should be able to affect 30% of my battle strength. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth slightly curled as he somewhat excitedly muttered to himself. This was the extent of his preliminary grasp of the morning treasure seal. If he was able to completely master the morning treasure seal, it was likely that he would be able to reduce his opponent's battle strength by 50%. However, this kind of curse was most effective against practitioners of the same level. If the practitioner's cultivation level far exceeded Zhuowen's, the weakening effect of the morning treasure seal would be greatly reduced. Kid, in the past week, Yun Zhongyang and the other two fellows have been loitering around your residence. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. These three fellows really don't give up. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. His eyes were piercingly cold and contained a trace of ghastly killing intent. Xiao Hei said somewhat worriedly, Kid, how are you going to deal with the old man behind these three fellows? This dragon lord is 100% certain that the Emperor Realm experts of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty have not left Excellent God Island. Zhuowen nodded. He also believed that the three Emperor Realm experts of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty were definitely still on Excellent God Island. After all, with Zhuowen's current battle strength, Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Qing were no match for him. However, the three of them were fearless in front of him and were even rather arrogant. There was only one explanation for this. They must have the support of an expert behind them, and this expert couldn't be anyone else other than the Emperor Realm experts behind their respective empires. Kid, you don't seem to be very worried. Could it be that you have some other way? Xiao Hei asked suspiciously. Of course there is a way. I need to go to the second floor of the mission hall and look for Senior Bei Xian to exchange for something. Zhuowen smiled mysteriously and stepped out of his room, heading towards the mission hall. Yun Zhongyang and the other two, who were originally scattered around Zhuowen's residence, looked at Zhuowen's back and hurriedly followed, afraid that they would lose Zhuowen. HM? Why is Zhuowen going to the mission hall again? Didn't he already accept the mission? Yun Zhongyang and the other two, who were following behind, felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Let's follow him and take a look. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly and led Yuan Kong and Yuan Qing to follow closely behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen arrived at the mission hall as if he was familiar with it. He didn't stay on the first floor for long and went straight to the second floor. There weren't many people on the second floor, and Bei Xian's counter was also deserted. Zhuowen went straight to Bei Xian's counter. Bei Xian also saw Zhuowen walking over and hurriedly stood up. He rubbed his hands and smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuo Xiaoyu, could it be that you have something good to exchange for contribution points again? Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice to Bei Xian. Senior, do you have any puppets to exchange at this counter? Bei Xian was stunned. Although he was a little puzzled by Zhuowen's request, he still nodded and said, Of course we have puppets, but what kind of puppets do you need? A puppet that can change its appearance and aura. For example, a puppet that can imitate my appearance and aura. I only need this type of puppet, Zhuowen said indifferently. Bei Xian's eyes narrowed. He immediately noticed Yun Zhongyang and the other two coming up from the first floor. He nodded and said, I have the puppet that you are talking about, but it is a little expensive. How much do you need? Zhuowen asked. 10,000 contribution points, Bei Xian said. Deal. However, Senior, do you have an inner room? I can't let this puppet see the light for the time being. Zhuowen continued. I know. Follow me. Bei Xian nodded and stood up to lead Zhuowen into the inner room behind the counter. Yun Zhongyang and the other two, who were originally following behind, frowned. What was Zhuowen doing? Why did he suddenly follow the appraiser into the inner room? Thinking of this, the three of them walked up to the counter and wanted to enter the inner room. However, they were stopped by the Chongsam lady in front of the counter. The three of you, unauthorized personnel, are not allowed to enter the inner room, the Chongsam lady said coldly. Why did that person just go in? Yun Zhongyang asked unhappily. The Chongsam lady said indifferently, because the three of them are conducting a transaction with Master Bei Xian, because the item involved is more important They have to enter the inner room. If you want to force your way in, you will have to bear the consequences. Hearing this, Yun Zhongyang and the other two's faces stiffened. They knew that every appraiser on the second floor of the mission hall had a high status. The consequences of offending an appraiser would not be good. Although he was curious as to why Zhuowen went into the inner room, Yun Zhongyang did not dare to take the risk of offending an appraiser and barge in. Then we will wait outside, Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly. He walked to the stone pillar beside the counter and waited silently. After about half an hour, Zhuowen came out from the inner room. He quickly noticed Yun Zhongyang and the other two waiting beside the counter. His eyes flashed with a deep chill. Why are the three of you waiting for me here? Could it be that you want to challenge me? Zhuowen came in front of Yun Zhongyang and the other two and asked coldly. Yun Zhongyang and the other two's gazes froze, and their faces turned ugly. They naturally knew how terrifying Zhuowen's battle strength was. When they first entered the outer court, the three of them were already not Zhuowen's match. Now that Zhuowen had cultivated in the cultivation tower for a month, he had laid the foundation for expanding his meridians. His battle strength had probably increased by several times. Because the three of them had their contribution points stolen by the older students, they did not have enough contribution points to cultivate in the cultivation tower for a month. If they were to challenge Zhuowen now, wouldn't that be courting death? What? Are we not allowed to stroll around here? Yun Zhongyang said coldly, I hope you can continue to stroll around here. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he turned and left the second floor of the mission hall and went downstairs. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Yun Zhongyang and the other two felt that there was something strange about Zhuowen, who came out from the inner room. As for what exactly was strange, they could not pinpoint it. Let's go. We will follow him. Chapter 10:28. Four great emperor realm experts. Not long after Yun Zhongyang and the other two left, two figures walked out from the second floor. One of them was the appraiser, Bei Xian, while the other was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Bei Xian and said gratefully, Thank you for your help this time, Senior Bei Xian. It's nothing. You used your contribution points to exchange for that puppet. It's just a small matter. Bei Xian waved his hand. From the conversation between the two, it could be seen that the Zhuowen that appeared for the first time was just a puppet. The real Zhuowen was the young man in front of him. Goodbye, Senior Bei Xian. If I can get something good in the future, I'll definitely come and find you. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen left the mission hall. The moment he walked out of the mission hall, Zhuowen's appearance and aura instantly changed. Using the 100 transformation technique, Zhuowen turned into a black-haired, black-robed young man with a cold expression. Zhuowen took out a long sword from his spirit ring. The long sword's aura wasn't strong and was only at the level of an earth-rank spiritual treasure. It was one of the spiritual treasures that Zhuowen had plundered from the Shaoyan family's warehouse. Even if Yun Zhongyang and the others have the fiery golden eyes, they won't be able to recognize me. Zhuowen looked at his appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Then he strode towards the entrance of the outer courtyard. Outside the academy was the main city. As he walked on the street, Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. Immediately, a jade-colored light shot out and disappeared into the sky. Zhuowen silently leaned against a street stall and waited. Not long after, a young man in blue flew over from the sky. He scanned the area as if he was looking for something. However, after searching for a while, he frowned. Xiang, I'm here. Just as the blue-clothed man frowned and stopped in this area, an indifferent voice resounded in his mind. The eyes of the blue-clothed young man focused. he noticed the black-haired, black-robed young man beside the small stall. He was initially startled. Immediately, he hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and respectfully said, "Master, you're finally willing to see us." Zhuowen nodded and said, "How has the past month been? I can see that your aura is much stronger than before. You should be close to the Emperor realm, right?" Ziyang Tianzuan hurriedly said respectfully, "This is all thanks to Master and Master Long. The physical body that Master Long reconstructed has a much higher aptitude than my previous one, so my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds." At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan was quite excited. Since his physical body was reconstructed, he also found that his aptitude was much better than his previous physical body. In addition, this new physical body was the body of a young man. Its vitality and vitality were far better than the old and weak physical body of his previous body. After this period of running in and cultivation, Ziyang Tianzuan's progress was very fast. Originally, he had not touched the barrier of the Emperor realm for a long time, but now he could clearly touch it. His strength was also much stronger than before. Ziyang Tianzuan believed that it would not be long before he could break the barrier and truly advance to the Emperor realm. Originally, with Ziyang Tianzuan's aptitude, it was very difficult to advance to the Emperor realm. After all, when Ziyang Tianzuan advanced to the peak of the Heavenly Master realm, he was already very old. His body was old and weak, and his vitality was weak. He wanted to, but did not have the strength to break through to the Emperor realm. But now Ziyang Tianzuan, who had reconstructed his physical body, was like a new life. The path of martial arts was much smoother than before. Ziyang Tianzuan already had the confidence to break through to a higher realm. Therefore, Ziyang Tianzuan, who originally had a grudge against becoming Zhuowen's slave, no longer had any grudges at all. He even felt a little happy about becoming Zhuowen's slave, which allowed him to obtain such a great opportunity. Zhuowen nodded. He could also feel that Ziyang Tianzuan's aura was indeed much stronger than before. He was quite satisfied. The stronger Ziyang Tianzuan's cultivation was, the greater the help it would be to him. "How are the other 4 people?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. "The other 4 people's cultivation has improved, especially Whitebrows. His cultivation has already reached the late stage of the Heavenly Master realm." Ziyang Tianzuan also smiled when he mentioned the other 4 Heavenly Masters. "Oh, Whitebrow Heavenly Master's cultivation has improved so quickly." Zhuowen was a little surprised. Zhuowen knew that Whitebrow Heavenly Master was only at the late stage of the Heavenly Master realm. It didn't take long for him to jump 2 levels in a row. It seemed that Whitebrow Heavenly Master's physical body was the strongest among the 5. "Master, why did you come out this time?" Ziyang Tianzuan asked cautiously. "I took a task in the academy. This time, I came out to complete this task. As for calling you out, naturally, I was prepared to bring you along." Zhuowen said lightly. Ziyang Tianzuan nodded and immediately asked respectfully, "Do you want to bring Whitebrow, Huangliang, and the other 3 with you?" "There's no need. Your strength is enough. Moreover, bringing so many people will only add to the trouble. Let's set off now." With that, Zhuowen walked along the street towards the outside of the city. Ziyang Tianzuan naturally didn't dare to say anything and silently followed behind Zhuowen. Outside the main city, a figure took a step forward and turned into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. Behind this figure, 3 figures followed from a distance, not daring to get any closer. "Brother Yun, why did this Zhuowen suddenly become so strange? The 3 of us were clearly following behind him, but he actually left the main city without noticing." This reaction is very unusual. Naturally, Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng were following closely behind Zhuo Wen. However, Zhuo Wen acted as if he hadn't heard them and had actually left the main city without paying any attention to them. Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly. He had also noticed that Zhuo Wen was acting strangely in front of him. He said in a low voice, "Maybe this kid doesn't care about the three of us at all. That's why he acted so nonchalantly." Brother Yun's words make sense. However, the more Zhuo Wen acts like this, the more advantageous it is for us. Emperor Jin, Emperor Lan, and Emperor Feng are not far ahead. We can inform the three of them now. With three great emperors attacking together, this Zhuo Wen will die even if he doesn't die. Yuan Kong nodded with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Yun Zhongyang nodded and took out a jade talisman. He then crushed it and said with a sinister smile, "This Zhuo Wen is finished. Once he dies, we'll split his belongings and contribution points equally among the three of us." Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng revealed sinister smiles on their faces. Their Alcade sacred dynasty was already at odds with Zhuo Wen. The two of them couldn't wait for Zhuo Wen to die. A few thousand meters in front of Yun Zhongyang, there was a natural cliff. Below the cliff, there was a large, lush forest. In an open space in the forest, four figures with terrifying auras silently leaned against a tree trunk. There's movement. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a golden robe opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with explosive golden light. He then waved his right hand, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. "Emperor Jin, how is it? Has that little bastard Zhuo Wen come out?" A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked over and asked. The blue-robed middle-aged man was an old face. He was the Blue Whale, Holy Dynasty's Blue Emperor. As for the other two figures, one was clad in a cyan robe, while the other was clad in a light blue robe. They were none other than the Azure Mystic Dynasty's Azure Emperor and the Alcade Holy Dynasty's Wind Emperor. Originally, Zhuo Wen had guessed that the three great emperors from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty and Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty would come to stop him. He didn't expect Emperor Qing of the Qing Xian Empire to join in as well. Yun Zhongyang and the other two have already sent a message. Zhuo Wen is rushing towards us. He should be here soon. Emperor Jin nodded. His eyes were filled with coldness. Zhuo Wen had killed the number one genius of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty, Yuan Zhao. He had also spoken rudely in front of Emperor Jin. If he didn't get rid of him, Emperor Jin wouldn't be able to swallow his anger. Swoosh! Suddenly, an air-piercing sound came from afar. It instantly attracted the attention of the four great emperors on the open space. "He's here!" Emperor Jin shouted. He stomped his foot, and his body shone with golden light. He instantly flew into the air and stared sharply at the figure in front of him. "It's that little bastard." Supreme Jin grinned and reached out with his right hand. Instantly, a powerful golden light shot out from his palm and turned into a thick golden wall. Bang! The figure slammed into the golden wall, after which his body came to a halt and he retreated continuously, revealing a handsome young man. His eyes were eerily cold as he stared at Di Jin in front of him. Emperor Jin? This person was none other than Zhuo Wen, who had transformed from a puppet. He stared coldly at Supreme Jin, who was enveloped in golden light. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be particularly afraid of seeing me." Supreme Jin stared at Zhuo Wen somewhat mockingly. Zhuo Wen nodded and calmly replied, "Where are the other two? Come out together." Supreme Jin frowned as he stared at Zhuo Wen's fearless demeanor. He could vaguely sense that something was not quite right. However, there was no doubt that the young man before him was Zhuo Wen. Regardless of whether it was his looks, temperament, or aura, he was Zhuo Wen himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhuo Wen's voice faded, another 3 figures shot out from the dense forest below. The terrifying aura of Emperor Realm cultivators was fully displayed, and a terrifying gust of wind swept through the void. Emperor Lan, Emperor Feng, and Zhuo murmured softly. His eyes were fixed on the 3rd green figure, and he calmly asked, "Who are you? I don't think I've offended you. Could it be that you're also a member of the Alcade Sacred Court and the Blue Whale Sacred Court?" 10,000 meters away from the main city gate, a young man with black hair and black robes followed Xiang Tianzuan. He carried a long sword on his back, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He murmured softly, "Emperor Qing, could he have guessed that I'm the real Zhuo?" Naturally, Zhuo had infused a strand of his divine consciousness into this puppet. Therefore, everything that the puppet saw was clearly displayed in Zhuo's eyes. Chapter 10:29. Explosion. The Qing Emperor smiled elegantly as he stared at Zhuo. Our Qingxian Empire actually has a genius called Zhuo. He is also an expert with the spear. Your name is also Zhuo. Coincidentally, you also use the spear. So what? Do you think that I am the Zhuo from your Qingxian Empire? There are so many people with the same name in the world. There are even more people who use the spear. Why are you so sure that I am the Zhuo you are looking for?" Zhuo said calmly. The Qing Emperor's smile widened. "You are right. There are so many people with the same name in the world. However, when you were fighting in the 1,000 Beasts Grotto, Granny Baiha told me that your techniques are too similar to Zhuo from the Qingxian Empire. They have the same name, both use spears, and even their methods are extremely similar. I really can't help but connect the two together. Moreover, Zhuo, one of the Azure Mystic Empire, has a secret technique that can change his appearance and aura." The other 3 martial emperors looked at Zhuo mockingly. Based on the Qing Emperor's words, this young man called Zhuo was actually from the Qingxian Empire. Now that the 2 of them had turned against each other, it seemed that many things had happened back then. "Qing Emperor, when you first heard that my name was Zhuo, you already suspected me, right?" Zhuo narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Ha, Zhuo, does that mean that you have already admitted to it?" The Qing Emperor's eyes flashed as he suddenly laughed. "So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Zhuo said indifferently. "That's right. Whether you are or not, you cannot escape the fate of death today. If you die, at least I will have one less thing to think about." The Qing Emperor laughed and said confidently, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." At the same time, Yun Zhongyang and the other 2 who had been following far behind also arrived in the sky above the forest. "Ha, Zhuo, you didn't think that you would have a day like this, did you?" Yun Zhongyang stared at Zhuo with an arrogant gaze as he sneered. Following behind Zhuo, Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng also stared at Zhuo with cold smiles. "Yeah, I also have a day like this." The corners of Zhuo's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he actually shot backward. His target was Yun Zhongyang and the other 2. "Where are you going?" "You're courting death." Zhuo's actions were too sudden. Supreme Jin and the other 3 did not expect that Zhuo would suddenly retreat. Whoosh! Zhuo instantly arrived in front of Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng. Then 3 black chains shot out from his body and bound Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng. Yun Zhongyang and the other 2 did not expect that Zhuo would not try to escape and instead rush toward them. They were momentarily stunned on the spot and were bound tightly by the chains. "Damn it! Zhuowen, what are you trying to do? Yin Zhongyang roared angrily as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He wanted to break free, but the black chains were extremely tough. Even with all his strength, he could only leave a faint mark on them. Meanwhile, Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng were in a similar situation as Yun Zhongyang. They were bound by the chains and could not break free at all. Bastard, let go of Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng. Supreme Jin and Emperor Feng roared angrily as they rushed toward Zhuowen. Emperor Lan was also extremely angry as he roared, "Let go of the crown prince, or you'll die a horrible death." The three great emperors closed in on Zhuowen instantly. Their terrifying aura was like the collapse of the heavens as they tried to crush him into dust. "Let go? Do you think that's possible?" Zhuowen smiled faintly. Then an extremely terrifying and violent energy surged out of Zhuowen's body continuously. Then his entire body began to glow. The light became more and more dazzling and blazing. Finally, the energy in his body reached its peak. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly surged out. When the light on Zhuowen's body reached its peak, Zhuowen actually exploded. A white ball of light spread out in all directions with Zhuowen as the center. When the three great emperors saw the terrifying white ball of light exploding, their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Yuan power surged out from their bodies and formed a powerful Yuan power light shield in front of them. They wanted to completely block the terrifying explosion. Thud, thud, thud. The explosion was too terrifying. Even the three great emperors could not help but take a few steps back. Then they could clearly hear three tragic screams coming from the center of the explosion. Needless to say, the three screams belonged to Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng. Yuan Kong, Yuan Sheng. Supreme Jin and Emperor Feng's expressions changed greatly as they cried out. Unfortunately, the explosion was too powerful, and they could not get close to it. Crown Prince. The Blue Emperor's expression also became extremely ugly as he roared angrily. Unfortunately, other than the terrifying explosion, there was no other sound in his ears. Ha ha! Supreme Jin, Emperor Lan, Emperor Feng, and Emperor Qing, did you really think that I wouldn't know that you had sent Yun Zhongyang and the other two to spy on my whereabouts? Don't treat me, Zhuowen, as a 3-year-old child. Otherwise, you'll lose miserably. That's right. This is a puppet that I've exchanged from the academy. It has the ability to self-destruct, and its power is enough to kill Yun Zhongyang and the other two. Therefore, you shouldn't hold on to any hope. The three of them won't be able to survive. A clear and melodious voice suddenly reverberated across the land as the explosion rose into the air. Supreme Jin and the others recognized this voice. It was Zhuowen's voice. Zhuowen, that bastard, he did it on purpose. He purposely blew Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng to death right in front of us. Supreme Jin clenched his fists tightly as the veins on his forehead bulged. Emperor Feng and Emperor Lan's expressions were not any better. Zhuowen had killed Yun Zhongyang right in front of them. This was a ruthless slap to their faces, and it was a resounding slap to their faces. The explosion gradually dissipated, and the figures of Zhuowen, Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng no longer existed. All that was left behind was a pile of ashes. Clearly, the three of them were deader than dead in this explosion. Creak! Supreme Jin clenched his fists tightly and roared, "Zhuowen, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death and grind your bones to dust." Supreme Jin was filled with hatred. The three most outstanding princes of the Alcade Holy Dynasty had been killed by Zhuowen just like that. This made it even more difficult for him to return to the Alcade Holy Dynasty and explain himself to the Holy Lord. Emperor Lan's expression was not any better. Fortunately, his losses were smaller than Supreme Jin's. Although Yun Zhongyang had been killed, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty still had blue smoke in the outer court. They were not as bad as the Alcade Holy Dynasty, where all 3 princes were killed. At this moment, at the main city gate, thousands of miles away from Supreme Jin and the others, a black-robed youth with a long sword on his back sneered. He turned to Xiang, Tianzuan behind him, and said, "Xiang, let's go." After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the northeast at a steady pace. These 2 were naturally Zhuowen and Xiang Tianzuan. Zhuowen had secretly planned this when he had entered the inner court. After all, even though Supreme Jin and the other 3 posed a great threat to Zhuowen, they were still outsiders and could not enter the outer court. Naturally, they were unaware of Zhuowen's whereabouts. However, Zhuowen and the other 2 were indeed troublemakers. As new students in the outer court, they would always bump into each other. With Yun Zhongyang and the other 2's surveillance, it was easy for Supreme Jin and the others to find out about Zhuowen's whereabouts. Therefore, Zhuowen had long planned to kill the 3 of them. As for why he wanted to kill them in front of Supreme Jin and the others, it was to let them know that if they had offended him, even if they were martial emperors, Zhuowen would not show them any mercy. Anming City was a small, remote city in the northeast of Excellent Spirit Island. Even though Anming City was located in a remote area, it was rather lively because it was backed by the True Vein Forest. Many cultivators with an adventurous spirit would come to the True Vein Forest to gain experience and search for treasures. This was because there were many rare heavenly treasures in the True Vein Forest. Furthermore, the powerful meta beasts that lived in the True Vein Forest were treasures from head to toe. If one were to sell the various parts of the meta beasts, they would be worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. Because of the True Vein Forest, Anming City had attracted a lot of human traffic. Once the flow of human traffic increased, the small city would naturally develop slowly and gradually become more prosperous. 2 figures were walking silently on a winding path. Even though the 2 of them looked like they were walking slowly, each of their steps could cross dozens of meters. It was as if they had shrunk the ground into an inch. The 2 of them finally stopped on top of a small sand dune. One of them, a young man in black with a long sword on his back, pointed to the front and said, "The small city in front should be our destination, Anming City." The 2 of them were Zhuowen and Xiang Tianzuan, who had come out from the main city to carry out a mission. Even though Anming City was far from the main city, with their cultivation and strength, this distance was nothing to them. A few thousand meters in front of the 2 of them, a large city stood tall. At this moment, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the city gate. It was quite lively. Not far behind the small city, there was a huge crescent-shaped forest. It was worth noting that every tree in this forest was at least 10 feet tall. The taller ones were even close to 100 feet tall. It was much more magnificent than Anming City. This crescent-shaped forest was the famous, dangerous True Vein Forest in the northeast region of Excellent Spirit Island. If the True Vein Forest was an ancient giant beast, then Anming City, which was located in front of the True Vein Forest, could only be regarded as a palm of this ancient giant beast. It seems that the forest is the famous True Vein Forest. Xiang nodded and replied, "Now, let's enter the city." Chapter 10:30. Anming City. Although Anming City was small, the flow of people was extremely terrifying. Inside, one could see cultivators wearing tight clothes and holding all kinds of weapons. Moreover, there were too many cultivators inside, so hot-blooded fights often broke out. After all, a cultivator's vital energy and blood were much more vigorous than an ordinary person's. A single word of disagreement could easily ignite their hot-bloodedness. Thus, it was very normal for fights to break out. When Zhuowen and Ziyang Tianzuan entered Anming City, they discovered that such fights had broken out in several places. However, the two of them were indifferent and did not pay any attention to it. After asking around in Anming City, the two of them also knew the location of the Sun family's mansion. Following the directions of the passers-by, the two of them quickly arrived in front of the Sun family's mansion. The Sun family is the most powerful family in Anming City, far surpassing the other powers in Anming City. Their biggest use is that the Sun family can refine the channel opening pill, and the secret recipe of the channel opening pill is firmly in the hands of the Sun family's upper echelons. Relying on the channel opening pill, the meridians of the Sun family's cultivators are much stronger and tougher than an ordinary cultivator's. Naturally, their battle prowess is also much higher than an ordinary cultivator's. Ziyang Tianzuan whispered to Zhuowen. Just now, before the two of them arrived at the Sun family's mansion, Zhuowen had already asked Ziyang to inquire about the Sun family. Thus, he found out that the Sun family had actually risen because of the channel opening pill. From this information, it could be seen that the Sun family's channel opening pill was indeed special and precious. Thus, Zhuowen became even more interested in the channel opening pill. In front of the Sun family's mansion, there were two guards. When Zhuowen and Ziyang entered the mansion, they were naturally blocked by the two guards. "Who are you two?" One of the guards stared at Zhuowen and Ziyang with vigilance. Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out the mission token. "I am a student of the outer courtyard of the Jiashan Academy. This time, I have received a mission from the academy to join the Sun family's guard and escort the Sun family's pharmacist into the True Vein Forest to pick rare medicinal ingredients." Seeing Zhuowen reveal his identity, the faces of the two guards changed. One of them didn't dare to neglect and said, "So it's Sir from the Divine Institute. This lowly one will go in and report. On Excellent God Island, Excellent God Institute was the ruler of the entire island. Most of the experts on Excellent God Island were gathered in Excellent God Institute. The other powers on Excellent God Island did not dare to go against Excellent God Institute's orders. Of course, the students of Divine Grace Academy were also treated with respect by the other influences. This was because they knew that martial artists that were able to enter the outer courtyard were all peerless talents with limitless potential and limitless futures. Not long after the guard entered the mansion, he brought an oily middle-aged man over. Looking at the respectful expression on the guard's face, it was clear that this middle-aged man's position in the Sun family wasn't low. "I never thought that the young master of Excellent God Institute would accept a mission from our Sun family. Our Sun family is truly honored by your presence. How may I address this young master?" The oily middle-aged man quickly noticed that the aura on Zhuowen's body wasn't very strong. He was startled at first, and the warm expression on his face faded a little. However, he didn't show any disrespect. After all, Zhuowen was a student of Excellent God Institute. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his position wasn't something that a mere housekeeper of the Sun family could compare to. "You can just call me Zhuowen," Zhuowen said faintly. He could also see that the oily face of the Sun family's housekeeper had gradually turned cold. Obviously, he could see that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the sovereign realm. One must know that the mission entrusted by the Sun family this time was arranged in the Gold region. It required a martial artist that was at least at the Golden Sovereign realm to complete it. However, Zhuowen was only at the Sovereign realm. For him to actually accept such a mission, the housekeeper even suspected that the youth in front of him didn't know the danger of this mission. Although he was very suspicious of the youth in front of him, the housekeeper's etiquette was very thorough. He cupped his hands towards Zhuowen and led him into the mansion. After walking through a few corridors and pavilions, the Sun family's housekeeper brought Zhuo to a rather spacious open space. This open space was paved with yellow mud, and there were rows of weapons placed around the open space. Clearly, this open space should be the Sun family's martial arts practice field, or something. At this moment, there was a large group of people gathered in the open space. The arrival of the Sun family's housekeeper with Zhuo also attracted the attention of the group of people in the open space. Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly. He also noticed the group of people in the open space in front of him. There were more than 20 people in this group, and they were wearing various kinds of clothes. Obviously, this group of people was not from the Sun family, because the Sun family had a unique symbol on their clothes. Zhuo had already inquired about this before entering the Sun family. Moreover, Zhuo also keenly discovered that the aura of this group of more than 20 people was not weak. Their cultivation was actually all at the Golden Sovereign realm. Such a lineup was extremely strong. Through this group of people, Zhuo quickly noticed two people. One of them was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a full beard. His temples were bulging, and his aura was sharp. However, his aura was much weaker than Xiang's. He should be at the early heavenly sovereign realm. The other person was a young woman. She was about 19 years old. Her eyebrows were high, and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her eyes were as lively as water. The reason why Zhuo noticed these two people was mainly because the clothes they wore had the unique symbol of the Sun family. Obviously, these two people should be from the Sun family. However, when they noticed that Zhuo's aura was only at the peak of the exalted realm, all of them revealed in different expressions. On the other hand, the middle-aged man and young woman from the Sun family frowned slightly. Why did the Sun family's housekeeper bring an exalted realm cultivator? Could it be that this person was also a disciple of some power that had been entrusted with a mission by the Sun family? But wasn't the cultivation of a sovereign realm too weak? This time, they were preparing to enter the depths of the True Vein Forest. Wouldn't a mere sovereign realm cultivator be a burden to them? Family head, young miss. This young Master Zhuo is a student of the excellent Divine Academy. He is here on a mission entrusted by the Academy. The Sun family's housekeeper's ability to observe people's expressions was not bad. With a glance, he saw the frown on the middle-aged man and young woman's faces. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "A student of the excellent Divine Academy." As soon as the housekeeper's words came out, the gazes of the group of people gathered on Zhuo. If Zhuo was a disciple of an ordinary force, they might not care. However, this Zhuo was a student of the excellent Divine Academy. They had no choice but to be cautious. The excellent Divine Academy's position on the excellent Divine Island was well known by all the cultivators on the island. It was powerful and respected. The students there were all monstrous geniuses with terrifying strength. The middle-aged man and young woman were stunned. They didn't expect that this sovereign realm youth in front of them would actually come from the excellent Divine Academy. As for Xiang, who was standing beside Zhuo because he had restrained his aura, he didn't attract the attention of others. So young Master Zhuo is from the excellent Divine Academy. I've been rude. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he laughed heartily. He came in front of Zhuo, and his attitude was rather cordial as he continued, "Young Master Zhuo, I think that the missions entrusted by our Sun family are posted in the golden region of the Academy's mission hall, right? Although young Master Zhuo is so young and your cultivation has reached such a level, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to accept a mission in the golden region?" The middle-aged man's words were very tactful, but the meaning behind them was that Zhuo's cultivation was only at the peak of the venerable realm. Although he was a genius of the excellent Divine Academy, a Venerable Realm disciple challenging a golden Venerable Realm disciple was overestimating himself. Zhuowen naturally understood the middle-aged man's meaning. He faintly smiled and said, "Patriarch's words are too serious. The reason I accepted this mission in the Golden Region is to temper myself and see if I can handle it. After all, the rewards in the Golden Region are much more generous than those in the Golden Region." The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This Zhuowen in front of him was probably a newborn calf. Or perhaps he was just a new student of the excellent Divine Academy. He didn't know how terrifying the Golden Region's missions were. Tempering yourself? There should be a limit to this tempering. You're a Venerable Realm disciple. If you choose a mission in the Golden Region, isn't that suicide in disguise? Even if you're tempering yourself, you shouldn't be tempering yourself like this. What a reckless brat. Do you really think that after joining the excellent Divine Academy, you're a peerless monster? Do you really think that you can challenge those of a higher realm just because you wanna? You actually dared to accept a mission from a golden, Venerable Realm disciple. You're just here to die. A youth wearing a green robe mocked indifferently. He was playing with an iron ball in his right hand. "Brother Yichun, you can't say that. If this brat joins us on this mission, he'll just be a burden to us. A Venerable Realm Ant wants to join our team and enter the true Vein Forest. Other than sending himself to his death, he'll also become a burden to us." Not far away, a burly man with a scar on his face laughed impolitely. "Brother Kandao's words are very reasonable. It's fine if this brat wants to die, but he actually wants to drag us down. He's really harming others and himself. Does he really think that he's great just because he's from the excellent Divine Academy? Every year, there are many mediocre people who drop out of the excellent Divine Academy. Being able to enter the excellent Divine Academy isn't that great." The green-robed youth named Yichen hooted loudly once again. His gaze towards Zhuowen was filled with provocation. The middle-aged man standing in front of Zhuowen didn't stop them. Instead, he silently watched all of this. Obviously, he tacitly approved of Dao and Yichen's actions. This was because he also felt that if a mere venerable like Zhuowen were to join their team, he'd definitely be a burden to them. This mission to enter the depths of the true Vein Forest was extremely important to their Sun family. He couldn't allow any mishaps. Originally, he'd planned to tactfully reject Zhuowen, but Zhuowen remained unmoved. Chapter 10:31. Deterrence tilting his head slightly, Zhuowen stared at Dao Can and Yichen quietly. He asked indifferently, "Are you done?" Clearly, Dao Can and Yichen did not expect Zhuowen to be so calm. Under normal circumstances, after they mocked him, the first reaction of others would be to fly into a rage out of humiliation and rage. However, this youth before them was unusually calm, so calm that it was scary. His clear eyes were as calm as water, without any other emotions. "The two of you just think that I am not qualified to take on the role of Sun Clan's guard because my cultivation is low, right?" Zhuowen said before the two could speak. "It is good that you know your place. So, it is better that you do not join us and become a burden," Dao Can said coldly. "Brother Dao Can is right. This is to prevent you from entering the true Vein Forest and sending yourself to your death." Yichen agreed indifferently. Zhuowen did not reply. He raised his feet and walked towards the two. When he arrived before them, he said indifferently, "Since the two of you keep saying that Zhuowen, will be sending myself to my death if I enter the true Vein Forest, could it be that the two of you are very strong? You are just two early-stage golden venerates. In my opinion, the two of you are the ones who will be a burden to this team." "What did you say?" Dao Can narrowed his eyes and his aura surged out. Strands of saber light swirled around him like a storm, looking exceptionally horrifying. Yichen also took a step forward and arrived before Zhuowen. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. The two of them formed a triangular formation in front of Zhuowen. Their strong auras locked onto Zhuowen. Looking at the two of you, it seems like you think that I am wrong, Zhuowen said indifferently as he stared at the two before him. You are just a prime. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at the two of us? So what if you are a student of the Divine Academy? Dao Can snorted coldly and took a step forward. A saber light shot out and turned into a huge saber that was dozens of feet long. The surface of the saber was filled with a spiral qi. It shot out ferociously and chopped at Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body transformed into an illusory figure and disappeared from his original spot, dodging Dao Can's attack. His reaction is quite quick. Broken Saber was stunned. He waved his right hand, and the large saber with the spiral qi around it flew into his hand. He stared at Zhuowen with a provocative gaze. You want to fight? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I just want to show you the might of a golden venerate. I want you to know how weak you are. You are not qualified to join this trip to the True Vein Forest, Dao Can said proudly. I'm not qualified to join? Then let me prove if I'm qualified to join. At this point, a sharp glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he dashed towards Dao Can. His right hand reached behind his back, and he pulled out the longsword soul treasure. Since Zhuowen had already disguised himself as the black-robed longsword youth, Zhuowen naturally planned to use the longsword as a weapon. However, Zhuowen was not good with swords. Hence, his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Even so, his fighting strength was still much stronger than Dao Can's. You overestimate yourself. Come. Dao Can shouted and waved his right hand. Instantly, the large saber in his hand flickered with a terrifying saber light. The saber light condensed into a saber shadow that was dozens of feet long. It descended from the sky and chopped down ferociously. Chop! With a piercing sound, Zhuowen appeared above Dao Can in an instant. He pinched the long sword in his right hand and chopped down ferociously. Terrifying yuan power gushed out, and it was as if the entire world was about to collapse. Dao Can's expression changed slightly. Zhuowen's aura was very terrifying, and it made his heart tremble. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound rang out. When Zhuowen chopped down with his sword, the dozens of feet-long saber shadow formed by Dao Can's yuan power could not withstand a single blow. The moment the saber shadow was shattered, a sharp radiance flashed past Dao Can's body. Subsequently, Dao Can's hand that was holding the saber sword into the sky, bringing with it a stream of fresh blood. Ah! Dao Can screamed in pain. He held onto his severed right arm and retreated continuously. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Zhuowen in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The empty space fell into silence. Regardless of whether it was the geniuses from the other factions on Excellent God Island or the middle-aged man and the young lady, they were all stunned. One sword. This supreme being from Excellent God Academy only used one sword to chop off Dao Can's right arm. Everyone knew that although the youth in front of them was only a supreme being, his fighting strength had already reached the golden supreme being level. The middle-aged man, who originally wanted to reject Zhuowen and ask Zhuowen to leave, had a glint in his eyes. It seemed that this Excellent God Academy student who had accepted this mission was not simple. Now, who is the one who overestimated himself? Who is the one who is not qualified to join this team? Zhuowen held onto his long sword and stared coldly at Dao Ken as he spoke word by word. Dao Ken clutched his right arm as his face turned pale, under Zhuowen's sharp gaze. He could not help but take a few steps back. The moment his right arm was chopped off, he had already regretted it in his heart. He regretted that he had mocked this excellent God Academy student, and even more so, he should not have provoked this youth. However, it was too late to regret now. This was because his right arm, which specialized in using the saber, had been chopped off. In the future, his path of martial arts would be much more complicated. He might even slowly disappear from the crowd because of this. I was blind. Your strength is indeed sufficient for this trip to the true Vein Forest. Master Sun, I, Dao Ken, am not strong enough. I will take my leave first. After Dao Ken finished speaking, he left the Sun family in a daze. This time, he had accepted the mission from the Sun family in high spirits. He had wanted to use the team to enter the depths of the true Vein Forest and gain some benefits. Unfortunately, because of a quarrel, his right arm had been chopped off and his strength had been greatly reduced. Entering the true Vein Forest was definitely courting death. Seeing Dao Ken leave, the middle-aged man did not stop him. After all, Dao Ken's right arm had been chopped off and his strength had been greatly reduced. If he joined the team, he would definitely be a burden. As for Yi Chen, the moment Dao Ken's right arm had been chopped off, he had silently retreated into the team and did not say a word. His strength was similar to Dao Ken's. Even Dao Ken had been defeated by Zhuowen. Needless to say, Yi Chen was no match for him. Hence, it was best not to provoke this person. Did I allow you to retreat? A cold gaze swept over and stared at Yi Chen, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. After which, Yi Chen slowly lifted his head and saw a pair of cold eyes. He could not help but shiver as he forced a smile and said, "Zhuowen is strong. I admit defeat. Just now, I was bewitched by Dao Ken and spoke rudely. For this, I am willing to apologize on behalf of Brother Zhua. Since Brother Yi is so sincere and wants to apologize to me, why don't you chop off one of your arms? After all, I have already chopped off one of Brother Dao Ken's arms. I can't possibly be biased, right?" Zhuowen said indifferently. When Yi Chen heard this, his expression froze. The expressions of the surrounding people also froze. They stared at Zhuowen with strange gazes. This person was really ruthless. After chopping off Dao Ken's arm, he actually wanted Yi Chen to chop off one of his arms. Yi Chen forced a smile and said, "Brother Zhua, are you joking?" Zhuowen stared at Yi Chen and continued, "Do I look like I am joking? I will count to 3. If you don't chop off one of your arms, I will help you." Yi Chen's gaze froze. Soon after, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Family head son, what do you think about this?" However, the middle-aged man looked up at the sky. Zhuowen was able to defeat a golden sovereign as a sovereign. This person was definitely talented in the Divine Academy, and his future was limitless. He was not willing to offend such a person with such potential. Looking at family head son's expression, how could Yi Chen not know what the former was thinking? His face instantly turned pale. 1. Zhuowen silently counted. His cold gaze stared at Yi Chen, causing the latter's body to tremble. 2. A terrifying aura started to surge out of Zhuowen's body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yi Chen started to retreat, continuously, his face pale. 3. At this moment, the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes seemed to have materialized. Yi Chen shouted loudly, stomped his foot, and turned around to escape. "You think you can escape?" Zhuowen coldly snorted. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly flew towards the fleeing Yi Chen. With Zhuowen's speed and strength, Yi Chen would not be able to escape for long before Zhuowen caught up to him. "Brother Zhua, I really didn't mean it. Can you spare me this time? Yi Chen repeatedly begged for mercy. I will give you one more chance. Chop off one of your arms. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as chopping off one of your arms. Zhuowen said indifferently. Yi Chen's face turned pale. When he heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Zhuo, don't go too far. Do you really think that I am not your opponent? Die. As he spoke, Yi Chen shouted loudly. With a pull of his right hand, he immediately pulled out a long sword that shone with a cold light. Then he brandished the sword with his right hand, and his origin energy burst out. It actually turned into a lotus-like sword light around Zhuowen and completely enveloped Zhuowen. On the other hand, Yi Chen hurriedly retreated, looking at Zhuowen, who was enveloped by the lotus-like sword light. The corners of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. In fact, when Zhuowen approached him, he had already prepared this move. He was ready to unleash it, and it just happened to envelop Zhuowen completely. This move was called the Lotus Sword Light. It was Yi Chen's family's unique skill. When it was unleashed, even an initial golden, venerable realm warrior of the same rank would be extremely embarrassed. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was very strong, it would be difficult for him to block this terrifying Lotus Sword Light. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Boom! A golden light burst out. Then, the lotus-like sword light collapsed inch by inch. A figure walked out slowly. He strolled leisurely and came in front of Yi Chen. He stared at Yi Chen with his sharp eyes and said, Is this the move that you secretly prepared? Why is it so weak? Yi Chen's face twitched. This move was his strongest move. However, Zhuowen actually said that it was weak. Swoosh! While Yi Chen was stunned, Zhuowen attacked. He waved his long sword and two cold lights swept out. Suddenly, both of Yi Chen's arms were chopped off. Blood splattered in the air. I have said that I will not simply chop off an arm. Chapter 1032. Medicine Master. A blood-curdling scream filled the sky above the Sun family. Then Yi Chen's arms were broken, and he fell from the sky. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with regret. Now, he was completely crippled. His fate was much more miserable than crippled Dao. Hiss! On the empty ground, everyone inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw that Yi Chen's arms had been cut off, after which their gazes once again landed on the indifferent young man floating in the air. Their eyes were already filled with fear. The combat power of the Supreme Being from the Divine College was terrifying. Yi Chen and crippled Dao, who were both in the initial stage of the Golden Supremacy Realm, could not even withstand one blow from him. He was at least in the middle stage of the Golden Supremacy Realm. Brother Yi Can, the strength of this Jiaxin Academy student by the name of Zhuo Wen is pretty good. Being able to possess such fighting strength at the peak of the sovereign realm is truly commendable. A young man with his hair tied up said with a faint smile as he crossed his arms and stared at Zhuo Wen, who was floating in the air. That's not right, Brother Wu Chun. Based on the combat strength that Zhuo Wen displayed just now, he should be around the middle stage of the Golden Venerate Realm. This is indeed not bad for a Supreme Venerate Realm warrior. However, there is still a large gap between him and the two of us. Another green-clothed youth standing beside the bundled-haired youth said in an unconcerned manner. The cultivation of these two youths was very strong. They were the two strongest people in the group, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. When the surrounding people saw these two youths, they instinctively kept a distance from them. The origins of these two youths were also extraordinary. They were geniuses from the two most powerful cities on the excellent Spirit Island apart from the main city. Yi Can came from the Heaven West City, and Wu Chun came from the Heaven Marshal City. These two individuals were considered as monstrous geniuses in their respective cities. This time, the two of them had accepted the mission from the Sun family with the purpose of gaining experience. Although Zhuo Wen's battle prowess was rather shocking, it was only enough to catch their eyes. If the two of them were to face Dao Can and Yi Chun, they would be able to directly crush the two of them to death. Sun family head, I should be qualified to accept the mission entrusted by your Sun family, right? Landing slowly on the ground, Zhuo stared at the middle-aged man and spoke in a calm voice. Ha ha! Naturally, young Master Zhuo has the right to do so. However, that Dao Can and Yi Chun did not know what was good for them. They actually spoke rudely and said that young Master Zhuo does not have the right to do so. They said that you are a burden. Originally, I had planned to teach the two of them a lesson. However, although young Master Zhuo's cultivation is not high, his combat power is terrifying. That Yi Chun and crippled Dao could not even take one move from young Master Zhuo, as expected of a student from the Divine College. The Sun family had kept giving a thumbs up, and a warm smile hung on his face. On the other hand, Zhuo looked calm. When crippled Dao and Yi Chun provoked him earlier, he did not see the Sun family head step out to stop them. Now that Zhuo had dealt with crippled Dao and Yi Chun, the Sun family had stepped out to speak after the fact. Zhuo could not help but despise the Sun family head. However, the Sun family head's reaction was normal. After all, Zhuo's cultivation was low. If he did not display his true combat power, who would allow a mere martial saint to sneak into a golden exalted mission and become a burden? Therefore, Zhuo did not feel that there was anything wrong with the Sun family head's hypocritical promise. He only despised the Sun family, had a little in his heart. Young Master Zhuo, come, let me introduce you to these young talents. These are the genius disciples of some of the major factions on the Divine College Island. The Sun family had pulled Zhuo over enthusiastically and gave a brief introduction to the group of 20 people on the empty ground. However, there were two people that the Sun family had emphasized. Furthermore, these two people were the strongest in this group. This person is Iken, the second youngest expert in Tianxi City. This person is Wu Chun, the disciple of the heavenly sovereign of chaos in Tianwu City. The Sun family had deliberately pointed at the young man in green and the young man in a ponytail. Zhuo nodded faintly at the two people without any superfluous expression. The cultivation of these two people should be at the peak of the golden exalted realm. However, whether it was in terms of aura or momentum, they were far inferior to He Tao and Du Tao of the Divine College. In front of He Tao and Du Tao, who were at the peak of the golden exalted realm, Iken and Wu Chun would probably be unable to withstand a single blow, let alone in front of Zhuo. Therefore, Zhuo did not pay much attention to these two people. Zhuo's indifferent attitude naturally fell into the eyes of Iken and Wu Chun. Both of them frowned slightly at the same time. Although Zhuo's combat strength was not bad, he was only at the sovereign realm after all. However, the way he looked at the two of them was so casual. He did not have the reverence that other sovereigns had towards golden, exalted realm martial artists. It seems that after defeating Yi Chun and crippled Blade, this lad's confidence has swelled a lot. Wu Chun snorted coldly and said softly. Iken was much calmer and said faintly, "After all, he is a student of the Divine College. It is natural for him to be a little arrogant. Once he enters the true vein forest, this lad's arrogance will be restrained." That's true. This lad is so young. I'm afraid that he has just joined the college not long ago. He definitely has not entered the true vein forest. Perhaps he might even lose his life because of his arrogance. Wu Chen grinned. Yi Kan and Wu Chen did not deliberately lower their voices when they asked and answered the question. Instead, they spoke loudly in front of Zhuowen. It was obvious that they deliberately said it for Zhuowen to hear. However, Zhuowen only smiled faintly and ignored the little tricks of these two people. Instead, he silently returned to the team and waited for the task assigned by the Sun family's patriarch. Whether it was Yi Kan or Wu Chun, Zhuowen really didn't put them in his eyes. Their little tricks, Zhuowen naturally treated them as a joke. As for Ziyang, because he was not a member of the group to accept the task, he had been ordered to leave the Sun family by Zhuowen. Once they entered the True Vein Forest, Zhuowen could use the communication jade amulet in his hand to summon Ziyang Tianzuan back to his side. After the group of 20 people had gathered, Sun family had laughed heartily and said, "Everyone should know that I am the Sun family head, Sun Xing. The person beside me is my daughter, Sun Jia. She is also the newest generation of pharmacists in our Sun family." When these words were spoken, the gazes of many people gathered on the young lady beside Sun Xing. They did not expect that this young lady would actually become the newest generation of alchemists in the Sun family at such a young age. It seemed that this lady had a unique talent in the area of alchemy. Alchemists were the most important people in the Sun family, and the Sun family's most famous channel opening pill required an alchemist to refine. However, it wasn't easy to become an alchemist because this profession didn't require much effort and relied purely on talent. Only those who were naturally sensitive to the composition of medicine and had mastered exquisite fire control skills were qualified to become pharmacists. Fire control skills could be acquired through practice. However, sensitivity to the composition of medicine was innate and could not be acquired through practice. Therefore, it was not so easy to become a pharmacist. Both conditions were indispensable. The Sun family was a unique family that produced a pharmacist in every generation. Relying on the pharmacist's ability to refine medicine, it was natural for the Sun family to be powerful in Anming City. However, the pharmacists of the Sun family were usually middle-aged and above. Now, it was a young girl who was qualified. Clearly, Sun Jia's talent had been unanimously recognized by the upper echelons of the Sun family. It seems that the Sun family is really going to rise. Such a young pharmacist has actually appeared. Congratulations, Sun family head. Ekin laughed heartily. However, most of his gaze was on Sun Jia. Sun Jia was originally a natural beauty. Moreover, she had the identity of a pharmacist. If she could become a partner, it would be greatly beneficial for the cultivator's future cultivation. After all, pharmacists could refine many medicine that could increase cultivation. It could help the cultivator cultivate faster. There were many benefits. Not only Yi Kan, but even Wu Chun and the surrounding people looked at Sun Jia with a strange gaze. Clearly, their thoughts were similar to Yi Kan's. Sun Jia furrowed her brows. She could also feel the strange look in the eyes of these people when they looked at her. These gazes made her feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if these people were treating her as a rare treasure that everyone wanted to fight over. However, Sun Jia quickly noticed a gaze that was different from the others. This gaze was not as strange as the others. Instead, it was as calm as water and as cold as before. It was as if after hearing her identity as a pharmacist, it was unmoved. When Sun Jia's gaze focused, she discovered that the owner of this calm gaze was actually the student from the Divine Academy, Zhuowen. The reason why Zhuowen was so calm was because his heart already belonged to someone. His mind had long been occupied by Mu Chenxue. Secondly, he had the sovereign dragon cauldron on him. The cauldron contained many pill formulas. If Zhuowen wanted pills, he could actually rely on the sovereign dragon cauldron to refine them. Therefore, pharmacists were of little value to him. Hearing Iken's praise, Sun Xing laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Iken's words are too serious. However, this time, I hope that everyone will do their best to help my daughter enter the depths of the true vein forest. I have already prepared the channel opening pills that I promised everyone. As long as we succeed this time, everyone will have a share." When the channel opening pills were mentioned, the eyes of Iken and the rest all lit up. Even Zhuowen had a trace of anticipation in his eyes. The channel opening pills had the additional effect of tempering the meridians. After consuming this pill, Zhuowen's battle strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. When does Family Head Sun plan to set off? Iken cupped his hands and asked again. Tomorrow morning. Today, everyone should rest and recuperate. Once everything is ready, we will enter the depths of the true vein forest together. This time, I want to remind everyone that the true vein forest is very dangerous. Therefore, it is best to be cautious tomorrow and not fail miserably. Sun Xing cautiously reminded. Chapter 1033. Arrival. The night passed silently. On the morning of the second day, the Sun family's martial arts practice field, the Sun family's patriarch, Sun Xing, stood quietly in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Beside him stood the slender and elegant Sun Jia. In front of the two of them was a group of 20 geniuses, led by Iken and Wu Chun from other factions on Excellent God Island. The group of 20 people were ready to go, their auras surging. At the same time, Sun Xing also found 20 guards of Sun Jia, forming a group of 40 people. Standing on the martial arts practice field, it was quite a majestic sight. Sun Xing shouted and led the group of 40 people leaving in Ming City and heading towards the True Vein Forest in the north. The trees in the True Vein Forest were generally several times taller than ordinary trees. Moreover, these trees were also very different from ordinary trees. The bark on the surface of the trees was like snake scales with distinct layers, looking extremely strange. This is the snake scale tree. It is the most common tree in the True Vein Forest. The snake scales on its surface are extremely tough. Everyone should be careful. Snake-type meta-beasts like to live on the snake scale tree and secretly attack passing ancient martial art practitioners. Sun Xing had already warned everyone when they entered the periphery of the True Vein Forest. The group of 40 people had indeed become exceptionally vigilant. Pairs of vigilant eyes continuously scanned the surrounding dark corners of the dense forest. They tightly gripped the weapons in their hands and secretly raised the yuan power within their bodies, guarding against any danger that could occur in the dark at any time. A Sun family warrior, who was at the back of the group, was suddenly suspended in the air, screaming again and again. Clang, clang, clang. This scream was like a fuse, causing the rest of the warriors in the group to draw their weapons and look behind them. They saw that the Sun family warrior was actually wrapped around by a huge python that was dozens of feet long, lifting him in the air. This python was not weak. Its triangular eyes looked provocatively at the people below, opened its big mouth, and swallowed the Sun family warrior into its stomach in front of everyone's eyes. This bastard! Sun Xing coldly snorted. His feet stomped on the ground, and he shot forward like a great rock spreading its wings. His right hand turned into a claw and fiercely grabbed onto the python's vital point. With a fierce pull, the python was immediately crushed into powder by the powerful force without even having the chance to make a sound. The strength of the pythons in the snake scale tree was generally not high. They were roughly around the Xuanzuan realm. Sun Xing was a peak heavenly venerable, so he naturally crushed them to death with a flip of his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, the moment the python died, the surrounding snake scale trees began to tremble. Sharp hissing sounds began to spread in the surroundings. Soon after, the crowd was surprised to find that the surrounding snake scale trees were actually crawling out of them. Their bodies were not any weaker than the previous python. Not good. There are actually so many of them. Looks like we're being besieged. Sun Xing took a step in the air and arrived in front of the group. Looking at the countless pythons that appeared around them, his face turned slightly ugly. Looks like we can only fight. Although the strength of these pythons is generally not high, there are too many of them. We have to work together to destroy them before we can continue moving forward. Sun Xing shouted. Immediately, Yi Kan and Wu Chen rushed forward, bursting with powerful auras. They actually intended to single-handedly take on the group of pythons. Both of them were at the peak of the golden venerable realm. Although there were many pythons around them, they could not do anything to them. The rest of the people, under Sun Xing's command, stood back to protect Sun Jia, blocking the numerous pythons that were flying towards them. Zhuowen was also among them. Although he was not weak, there was no need for him to stand out like Yi Kan and Wu Chen. He only needed to blend in with the crowd and slowly clear out the pythons. Why waste his yuan power to fight against the group of pythons? Yi Kan and Wu Chen are indeed geniuses from big cities. They actually single-handedly fought against a group of pythons. It's too terrifying. I wonder when we'll be able to reach their level. In the crowd, the other warriors were dealing with the pythons around them. However, their gazes involuntarily fell on Yi Kan and Wu Chen, who were fighting against the group of pythons. Yi Kan held a long sword in his hand. With a sweep of his sword, countless sword rays burst out. These sword rays were like stars in the sky, sweeping out in all directions. The pythons could not hold on for long under these sword rays and exploded into countless pieces. Wu Chen was not to be outdone. He held 2 sabers in his hands and waved them rapidly. The surroundings were shrouded in terrifying and powerful saber rays. These saber rays swept out in the shape of crescent moons, as if countless moons had been born in an instant. When the pythons came into contact with these saber rays, they were all broken into countless pieces. The attacks released by the 2 of them were extremely fierce. Even Sun Jia, who was protected in the middle of the crowd, could not help but look at the backs of the 2 of them. There was a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes, let alone a young girl like Sun Jia, who loved to fantasize. Naturally, she had also fantasized about love. She had fantasized that her other half would be a world-famous hero. Yi Kan and Wu Chen's fame on the wonderful Spirit Island wasn't small. They were also geniuses born in big cities. Now that they had displayed such strong strength, Sun Jia was still inexperienced. Naturally, she was attracted by the strong attacks of these 2, and her heart was surging. Looking at the backs of the 2 of them, Sun Jia's beautiful eyes could not help but turn. Her gaze fell on the inconspicuous Zhuowen in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were slightly disappointed. Compared to Yi Kan and Wu Chen's background, this Zhuowen came from excellent Spirit Island. Undoubtedly, his fame was much greater. However, this boy was not like Yi Kan and Wu Chen, who had displayed such a powerful attack. Obviously, Sun Jia thought that this Zhuowen was afraid of the pythons and did not dare to fight alone. Originally, I thought that the students from Excellent Spirit Island would all have powerful talents and imposing auras. I did not expect this boy to be so timid and cowardly. Taking one last glance at Zhuowen, who was lazily flying over, Sun Jia secretly sighed in her heart. She no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's actions had undoubtedly disappointed her. Therefore, she did not intend to pay too much attention to him. Puchi, after an hour of great battle, the group had killed over 1,000 pythons. Perhaps because they were afraid of being killed, the remaining pythons hissed and slowly retreated into the snake scale tree. However, Sun Xing's face was slightly gloomy. This time, only a few of the 20 guards that the Sun family had brought out were left. On the other hand, the group of 20 people who had accepted the mission from the various factions to help the Sun family had only lost one warrior. In fact, this was normal. After all, the strength of the Sun family's guards was generally not high. Most of them were around the Xuanzuan realm. However, these 20 guards were the elites of the various factions. Moreover, their cultivations were all at the Golden Exalted Realm and above. A mere python from the Xuanzuan realm could not do anything to them. Let's continue forward. Sun Xing said with a gloomy face. He led the way into the depths of the True Vein Forest. Even Sun Xing did not expect that the Sun family's guards had already suffered such heavy losses when they had just reached the outskirts of the True Vein Forest. Sun family head, don't you feel that the True Vein Forest is a little strange today? Suddenly, Ekin came in front of Sun Xing and asked, Strange? Sun Xing asked subconsciously. Ekin nodded and said, Usually, it is impossible for so many python meta-beasts to appear at the outskirts of the True Vein Forest. Moreover, as soon as these pythons appeared, they attacked us without any regard for their lives. It was as if they were in a berserk state. There is definitely something fishy about this. Sun Xing was stunned. Only then did he react. Ekin was right. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for so many pythons to appear at the outskirts of the True Vein Forest. However, today was especially abnormal. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, the unpleasant cawing of crows sounded from the sky above the True Vein Forest. Then, several black crows flapped their wings and left the dense forest. The cawing of crows in broad daylight meant that something bad was going to happen. Hearing the cawing of crows, Sun Xing's frown deepened. The True Vein Forest was indeed very abnormal today. Sun family head, are we still going deeper into the True Vein Forest today? Wu Chen also came in front of Sun Xing and asked cautiously. Sun Xing's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, with the help of all the young masters, there should not be too much danger in the depths of the True Vein Forest. Let's continue forward. Hearing Sun Xing's words, Wu Chen and Ekin frowned slightly. However, they did not refuse. After all, they were entrusted by the Sun family and naturally followed Sun Xing's lead. Zhuowen, who was standing in the group, raised his head slightly and frowned. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He felt that something bad was going to happen in the True Vein Forest. Although he had an ominous feeling in his heart, Zhuowen did not take it to heart. This time, the Sun family team was only going to enter the forest to pick some rare medicinal herbs. There should not be any big problems. Deng, deng, deng. The team continued to advance into the dense forest. Although they would occasionally encounter some rather crazy meta-beasts along the way, with Sun Xing, Ekin, and Wu Chen's attacks, the Sun family team was able to defeat them one after another. Of course, the team also suffered some losses. The few remaining guards of the Sun family were completely annihilated. Even Ekin and Wu Chen's team of 20 elites lost 5 of them. It could be said to be a heavy loss. As the team went deeper into the dense forest, Zhuowen's frown grew tighter and tighter. This was because the ominous premonition in his mind was becoming more and more clear. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Soon, the team arrived at the entrance of a large valley basin. This basin was several miles in size. It was lush and filled with various medicinal herbs. There were black heart grass, silver dragon grass, golden iron wire grass, heavenly stars flower, eight-legged centipede flower, vermilion fruit, and other extremely rare medicinal herbs and elixirs in the outside world. Moreover, the yuan qi here was extremely rich. It actually formed a faint mist above the basin. It was faintly discernible, like a beautiful scenery in the mist. We have finally arrived. This is our Sun family's destination. Chapter 1034. Armored Crocodile. There are so many medicinal herbs. Looking at the various types of medicinal herbs in the basin, many people in the group were moved. Their eyes sparkled, but no one stepped forward to pick them. Before they set off, Sun Xing had already said that the Sun family's group would be the first to pick the medicinal herbs. After picking all the medicinal herbs they needed, they could divide the rest equally among themselves. Sorry for the trouble. Sun Xing cupped his hands towards the crowd, then led Sun Jia into the basin. Wu Chun, Yi Kan, and the rest silently stood guard at the entrance of the basin, watching as Sun Jia and Sun Xing continuously selected the medicinal ingredients within the basin. Zhuowen, who was silently standing in the group, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the topography of the basin. He muttered in a low voice, "The yuan qi in this basin is so rich, it's a little unusual." Although Zhuowen knew that the yuan qi in places where there were many medicinal herbs would be extremely rich, the yuan qi in this basin was unusually rich. "Kid, I'm afraid that there is a small yuan vein at the bottom of this basin that contains a considerable amount of spirit stones." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly. "Really?" Zhuowen's gaze became serious. If there really was a small yuan vein at the bottom of this basin, it would be enough to cause many practitioners to go crazy. Looking around, Zhuowen realized that most of the people's attention was on the medicinal herbs in the basin, and no one had noticed the abnormality in the yuan qi in the basin. "Kid, there are too many people now. If you rashly find the yuan vein, it won't do you any good." Xiao Hei opened her mouth again. Zhuowen nodded his head. His expression did not change as he followed the group and silently waited for Sun Xing and Sun Jia to pick the medicinal herbs. After about 2 hours, Sun Xing and Sun Jia finally finished picking all the medicinal herbs they needed. Then Yi Kan and Wu Chun took the lead and entered the basin. If they saw any suitable elixirs, they would pick them and put them in their spirit rings. Zhuowen followed the team and strolled casually in the basin. Occasionally, he would encounter suitable elixirs and naturally keep them. However, most of Zhuowen's attention was placed on the concentration of yuan qi in the basin. He knew that the place with the highest concentration was definitely the hidden exit of the yuan vein in the basin. Once the exit of the yuan vein was found, everything would be easy. As long as they dug 3 feet into the ground, they would be able to unearth the yuan vein hidden within. Slowly going deeper into the basin, Zhuowen was guided by Xiao Hei to a place about 2 li away from the entrance of the basin. This position was very close to the center of the basin. When Zhuowen reached this place, Xiao Hei timely stopped him. "The location of the elemental vein is right below your feet. Kid, make a mark here. The next time you come here, all you have to do is to dig up this area," Xiao Hei said to Zhuowen cautiously. "Okay, let's leave this place first. Otherwise, it would be bad if we arouse the suspicion of others." Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he returned to the exit of the basin as if nothing had happened. "Young Master Zhua, you came out so early. Why didn't you pick more elixirs?" Seeing Zhuowen walk out, Sun Xing lightly smiled and asked. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Most of the elixirs here are of no use to me. It would be a waste to pick more." Hearing this, Sun Xing nodded his head. Although there were many types of elixirs in the basin, most of them were materials that were used in more remote areas. These materials were not of much use to a practitioner. Only in the hands of an alchemist would these materials be able to display their corresponding effects. Standing beside Sun Xing, Sun Jia indifferently glanced at Zhuowen. Soon after, her pair of beautiful watery eyes landed on Ikan and Wu Chun. Among this group, Ikan and Wu Chun were the strongest. Therefore, Sun Jia paid more attention to these two people. As for Zhuowen, because he had shrunk into the crowd during their journey, he did not have the slightest bit of heroic spirit. Therefore, Sun Jia treated Zhuowen the same way she treated other ordinary practitioners, neither cold nor indifferent. Zhuowen naturally did not care about Sun Jia's thoughts and attitude. At this moment, he was thinking about how to sneak out of the Sun family group after they left and return to the basin to dig up the elemental vein hidden here. Kid, let's wait until the Sun family group returns to the Sun family, and you receive the channel opening pill. It is still too early to think about the elemental vein now. Xiao He softly advised. Looks like this is the only way. Zhuowen nodded and secretly transmitted his voice. After a while, Ikan and Wu Chun walked out of the basin one after another. Most of the other 10 people followed behind them. When they walked out, everyone's faces revealed a satisfied expression. Since the elixirs have been harvested, everyone should follow me back to the Sun family. When the time comes, I will definitely give everyone the channel opening pill as their reward. Sun Xing said, sincerely. When everyone heard this, their eyes revealed excitement. They had risked their lives to help the Sun family, mainly because of the channel opening pill. Now that Sun Xing had promised, their hearts were naturally at ease. Sun Xing said a few more words and led the group back the way they came. What was worth praising was that on the way back, the slim and elegant Sun Jia seemed to be quite close to Ikan and Wu Chun. Along the way, the three of them chatted and laughed. Sun Xing silently watched this scene without any displeasure. The strength of the Sun family's pharmacists was generally very low. The family would usually send powerful warriors to protect the family's pharmacists. After all, the pharmacists of the Sun family had the secret formula to refine the channel opening pill. Many forces in Anming City coveted the secret formula of the channel opening pill from the Sun family. Thus, they would send their own warriors to snatch the pharmacists. Some were even more ruthless and would go all out to kill the pharmacists. Therefore, the pharmacists must be protected by powerful warriors. Moreover, this powerful warrior must be very close to them. Therefore, the spouses of the pharmacists of the Sun family were all famous warriors on the auspicious Spirit Island. Sun Jia was in the prime of her youth. This time, the people who accepted the Sun family's commission were basically geniuses from various forces. Whether it was talent or strength, they were all very good and could be considered the best of the best. Therefore, Sun Xing's commission this time had another purpose, and that was to find a good son-in-law for his daughter. With a powerful warrior as her spouse, his daughter's safety in the future would be guaranteed. Why not? Among this group of people, Sun Xing favored Ikan and Wu Chun the most. The two of them were only 25 years old and had already reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Their talent was unquestionable. Moreover, their strength wasn't weak in the entire auspicious Spirit Island. Next was Zhuowen from the auspicious Spirit Island. Unfortunately, this Zhuowen's strength was too weak. He was only in the Sovereign Realm. Although his battle strength wasn't weak, in Sun Xing's heart, he still wasn't as important as Ikan and Wu Chun. In fact, in Sun Xing's heart, the best candidate should be a genius from the auspicious Spirit Island. After all, with the auspicious Spirit Island as their backing, there really wasn't anyone who dared to provoke them. If the auspicious Spirit Island sent a golden exalt, perhaps Sun Xing would try his best to matchmake them. Unfortunately, this time, the one who came was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. As for entrusting his daughter to Zhuowen, Sun Xing still felt that it wasn't appropriate. Fortunately, Sun Jia didn't take a fancy to Zhuowen. Instead, she took a fancy to Yi Kan and Wu Chun. When the time came, they only needed to duel to determine the winner. Then, Sun Xing planned to recruit the winner into their Sun Jia. In the group, many people looked enviously at Yi Ken Wu Chun and Sun Jia, who were talking and laughing in front of them. Sun Jia's identity as an alchemist was something they coveted. This was an occupation that could create all kinds of amplification medicines. It went without saying that it would be a great help to a cultivator. Unfortunately, their strength and talent were far from Yi Kan and Wu Chen's. It was normal for others to look down on them. Although they were envious in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about it. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking violently. Many people were caught off guard, and their footsteps became weak, almost falling to the ground. What's going on? After regaining their senses, everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and they couldn't help but shout. Deng, deng, deng. Dull footsteps sounded in front of them. The footsteps sounded like a mountain crashing down, causing everyone to feel suffocated and extremely uncomfortable. Boom. Then. Everyone saw the lush forest in front of them shake violently. Then, it collapsed forward with a crash. Then, a figure the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge crocodile that was 400 to 500 feet tall. The scales on its body stood up like black steel. Under the sunlight, it reflected a frightening cold light. Rows of fangs protruded from its bloody mouth. They were deathly white and looked extremely terrifying. The huge crocodile, that was the size of a small mountain, stared at the people in front of it with its merciless eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and roared fiercely. Suddenly, a fishy smell rushed out. An adult armored crocodile. Looking at the huge crocodile in front of them, Sun Xing and the people behind him changed their expressions. They cursed in their hearts. Why are we so unlucky? We actually encountered such a troublesome and terrifying meta-beast, Sun Xing muttered with a pale face. The armored crocodile's body was like armor and was as strong as black iron. Its defense was extremely terrifying, and it was extremely difficult to kill. In addition, the power of the armored crocodile's bloody mouth was also very terrifying. If one was bitten by it, at least one would lose an arm or a leg. In serious cases, one's entire body would be bitten into pieces.